ended. Hello, good morning. I want you down, actually. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Hello, colleagues, good morning. Let's settle down, it's 9 o'clock. We want to start right on the dot. Let's settle down. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cosmos Magorokosha. I'm with the Agriculture Research Council here in Zimbabwe. I'll be your host for the opening ceremony. Just a few notes. Our Honorable Deputy Minister is not yet here. He will arrive at 11. Nevertheless, we will continue with the program. We'll skip his speech until he comes, and then we also do the other housekeeping issues such as the national anthem. So for now, I'll just ask our colleague, Tembi, to give us an opening prayer and bless the event as we start the day. Thank you very much, Tembi.
Thank you. Good morning. Shall we pray? Our kind and loving Father out in heaven, we'd like to thank you, dear Lord, for this beautiful day. We'd like to thank you for everyone that has traveled and is gathered here. We pray for the proceedings of this dialogue, dear Father. We ask that may you please be with us and guide all our discussions. And we pray that at the end of the day, may we come up with solutions and ideas that will help develop our communities. We pray for all the presenters that will be sharing their work. We ask, dear Father, that may you give them courage and confidence to be able to present what they've been working on for the past couple of years. We ask all this in the loving name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much, Tembi. Let me start by recognizing the presence of quite a number of people here, quite a number of organizations here. I will start by recognizing the staff from the Australian Embassy here in Zimbabwe, then the Australian Center for International Agriculture Research, the AU, the SADC, the East African Community. I would also like to recognize the Australian National Universities, who are the project partner, FANAPRAN, our organizers for the meeting, International Agriculture Research Centers, ICRISAT CIMIT, International Water Management Institute. I would also like to recognize our representative from our nodes in Tanzania, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe. I will not forget our senior government officials who are represented at the moment by Director Chamisa and Dr. Chitsungo. I also want to recognize the presence of staff from the universities, the National University of Science and Technology in Bulawayo, the University of Zimbabwe, the University of Dodoma, and other universities that may be present. Let me also recognize our own staff, the Agriculture Research Council, represented by myself and Mr. Mapika. We are the FANAPRAN node for Zimbabwe. We also have our sister institute, the Agriculture Research Council of South Africa. We recognize you. Very important, we also want to recognize our most important partners, the people who made us come here, the farmers, the farmer groups, particularly the women-led farmers, the youths that are in the house. I also want to recognize the Global Water Partnership for Southern Africa. I'm told they are here. And then the Southern Africa Confederation of African Agriculture Unions, INEA from Mozambique, the ARHD University of Tanzania. We have quite a number of people from Tanzania. I also want to thank the local NGOs, Tabane Trust, Tabane Waterworks, who are here, the Kenyan Bureau of Statistics, the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Corporation from Zimbabwe, the University of Eduardo Mondlane University, and the Economic and Social Research Institute for Tanzania. I also want to recognize anyone else who is not listed. We really value your participation here. And lastly, I also want to recognize myself for making it here. Thank you very much. So like I said, our opening session will be slightly adjusted. due to the late arrival of the deputy minister. He's on his way, and I'm sure we will catch up when he comes. So with that, let me introduce you to the first session. It's supposed to run for about an hour, but I think we will save some time because the minister is not here, and then we'll move on. We'll catch up when the deputy minister comes. Let me welcome you to this dialogue. It's a very important dialogue for the Circular Food Systems Project. This is a project that has been ongoing for, I'm told, for 3 years. It is in its final year for this phase, and hopefully, I'm told there's also going to be some, maybe there will be another phase. We look forward to that. In this session, we have 3 speakers. We have Dr. Madziwandila, the CEO of the FANAPRAN. He's going to give us our opening welcome remarks on behalf of the Circular Food Systems Project Consortium. And then we also have the representative from the Australian Embassy, followed by a keynote address by Dr. Martin Moyo from ICRISAT. And then remarks from the Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research, Dr. Leah Ndugu. She's here, I'm told. And then we will skip the official opening, like I keep saying, until the minister comes. Then we'll have a summary at the end. So without due delay, let me welcome Dr. Madziwandila, the CEO for FANAPRAN, to give us his opening remarks. Let's give him a big hand as he comes up. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Let me greet again. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
I know that program director, you have run through the protocol, but allow me to end my daily rate. Otherwise, my colleagues will not be happy with me if I don't observe the protocol that I've been facilitated with. Honorable representative from the government of Zimbabwe, we are still awaiting the arrival of the minister. Colleagues from Australia, we know that we have got colleagues from ASEA and colleagues from Australian National University. Jeremy, you have been leading the consortium, and thank you so much for your leadership. We have got project partners who have been doing the research around irrigation issues and circular food system issues. We have got ICRISAT who have been leading our research in Zimbabwe. We really appreciate for that. We have got ADRI in Tanzania, and we also have got INRI then from Mozambique. So colleagues, we really thank you for the journey that we have traveled in the last 2.5 years or so. Let me not forget colleagues from our FANAPRAN node, our policy nodes. From the regional secretariat in Pretoria, we cannot overreach and implement in-country, and we really appreciate the nodes for assisting us in terms of in-country implementation. We have got ARC Zimbabwe, we have got ESRF from Tanzania, and University of Edward Mondlane from Mozambique. So we really appreciate your support during implementation. So on behalf of the consortia, let me welcome you to this 2026 Regional Policy Dialogue focusing on circular food system. We really appreciate the long-term investment from ASEA. When I see Dr. Ndungu here, I've always said that FANAPRAN and ASEA have been working this journey for more than 10 years. And we know that programming in Africa is littered with pilot projects, which has got a start date and an end date. And during that implementation period, it's very difficult to implement and deliver impactful interventions. And for ASEA to be working with FANAPRAN and partners here within the continent since 2003, we really appreciate such an investment. And we believe that you are still going to walk this journey with us because we still need your investment. Even though we have been discussing with our 3 governments to say, how can we stimulate the fiscus to direct some investment into the work that we're doing, because we believe that the work that we're implementing is critical, especially towards the benefits of smallholder farmers. The challenge that we're dealing with is very critical. We know that there are challenges that we are dealing with, and since we are within the space, we know them, but allow me to repeat them. climate change risk is real and is upon us. Rising cost of input, which is critical to the work that we are doing, is a challenge that we are dealing with. We do not have got enough water that we need to irrigate. And soil degradation also is a challenge. And therefore, I need to underscore that more than 70% of smallholder farming here in Africa remains rain-fed, and therefore it means that the farmers that we are saying that they're beneficiary of our research work really need support that we really need to offer them. The presentations during the coming 4 days, it will argue the following. You can forget everything that I will say, but this one you should not forget. Dominant linear models of production where inputs are imported and residues are burnt or wasted is no longer viable. I'll repeat this one. Dominant linear model of production where inputs are imported or residues are burnt or wasted are no longer a viable option. What should we do? We need farming systems that use water, nutrients, energy, and biomass more efficiently and effectively. Hence, we are gathered here to talk about how do we bring circularity to the farming system that the farmers are implementing. What did we do? I know that I won't be comprehensive here, but my colleagues over the coming 4 days will be elaborate. We have integrated crops and livestock. We have been using byproducts as economic inputs rather than waste. We have been developing local enterprises. More importantly, we have been improving on soil and water management. This has been the journey that we have been traveling. And Andre and team, you have been leading in terms of how do we graduate from just focusing on improving soil management and water management to making sure that we are attending to the issues about waste. So we really appreciate the intervention. The other critically important is that we are also focusing on social inclusion. Women and youth are very critical to the work that we're implementing. I thought that I should highlight at a higher level the interventions that we've implemented. So what are some of the gains that we've achieved so far? Since I've not been in the forefront of implementing, I've been told. It means that I'm talking about ESA now. That the project has established 7 agriculture innovation platforms, both in Zimbabwe and Tanzania. And these innovation platforms have moved beyond just coordinating engagements and farmers to discuss about innovations, but they are now enterprise development hubs to make sure that there are commercial gains from the interventions that are being implemented. This one I think is huge. In Zimbabwe, there are 178 participants who have been assisted to develop business plans which are bankable and which have been implemented. And across the project, we have supported 58% of the enterprises who are co-owned or are owned by women, and 42% of the beneficiaries are youth. And we are ensuring that the enterprises that have been developed are being supported. And also from Tanzania, we've got evidence that we are now scaling out into new geographies without the subsidy from the project itself, which is great. Because more often when we're implementing these smaller interventions, what we know is that when the project ends or when there's no funding from the project, scaling is difficult. But we are happy to say that we are scaling out to new geographies which are not funded by the project. And for that, we do appreciate. So what is the FANUP and role? We have delivered 3 tangible things. And during the course of the 4 days, you're going to hear about those. We have done policy review and gap analysis in terms of how can we mainstream circular food systems in Mozambique, in Tanzania, and also here in Zimbabwe. Most recently, then, I've been traveling with the team to make sure that we are convening and supporting national dialogues. And from those dialogues already, There are commitments from the national governments to say, we want to continue with this and we will try to unlock resources from our fiscus to continue implementing this type of work. But most importantly, knowing that we are implementing this in a pilot form in 3 countries, we are making sure that this evidence is filtering through into influencing continental policy processes. So what we are here to do is to ask ourselves few critical questions. The first one is to understand what works, where, and why. But we also learn from the things that does not work. We really need to also ask ourselves what did not work and why. But what we need to make sure that we unearth is to understand the pathways that can be adopted at a larger scale, which can be more impactful. And what type and form of finance do we need to make sure that these pathways are institutionalized within the government and outside the government? And therefore, what we are advocating for is that we need to move from a proof of concept to more implementation at a larger scale. In closing, looking forward, this dialogue should be evidence-based. We need to be practical. We also need to be honest. And also, we need to make sure that we understand those conditions which are required to go to scale. And therefore, as FANAPAN, we are committed to work with all the partners which are here at national level, regional level, and continental. And with these few remarks, I'll welcome you, and I wish ourselves a productive deliberation, since we are FANAPAN and partners. Thank you so much.
Thank you much, Doc. Thank you very much for those opening remarks and welcoming us and setting the tone for the dialogue. Do we have any 1 or 2 burning questions? I think it was very clear, and you disowned some of the information, so we'll forgive you for that. Let's move on. Let's have the remarks from the Australian Embassy to give us their perspective on the project. Do we have? Okay, I'm told they are not yet here, so we can defer that until they come. Let me welcome Dr. Martin Moyo from ICRISAT here in Bulawayo to give us his high-level keynote address. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you. I thought you were going to clap hands for me as I was standing. Okay, that's an icebreaker. Good morning. Good morning. I'm hoping what I intend to present is going to be beamed here. But I'll stand on the already observed protocol. So, distinguished delegates, ladies, gentlemen, all protocols observed. I think it's a privilege for me to stand here in front of you at the Regional Secular Food Systems Policy Dialogue. And I'm going to begin by acknowledging the government of Zimbabwe, represented here by Mr. Chamisa, who is the Director of Livestock Research in the Agricultural Research, Education and Specialist Services. We also have Dr. Chitsungo, who is the Director within the Department of Irrigation. I also would like to acknowledge FANAPAN, who are hosting the dialogue, the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, represented by Dr. Leah Ndungu, and then we also have Dr. Neil Lazaro, who's going to only join us on Thursday. I'll also like to acknowledge the partner who is ICRISAT, I think the ICRISAT colleagues can just put their hands up so that you are also acknowledged, colleagues. And then we have the National Irrigation Institute of Mozambique. Where are you? Okay, Eduardo Mondlane University, I don't think they are here. And then we have Adi University in Tanzania. Perfect. And all the other partners within this platform who've made it possible and will continue to invest in evidence, innovation, and regional collaboration within the Secular Food Systems project. I'm still waiting for technology. Okay, so as already indicated by Chiliti, we meet at a moment where there is real urgency for Eastern and Southern Africa, where agriculture remains central to livelihoods. We meet where the systems that are able to sustain these livelihoods are under increasing pressure from climate variability, from environmental degradation, as well as from rising input costs, as well as persistent inequalities. Higher temperatures, erratic rainfall, more frequent droughts and floods, as well as mounting pressure on land and water are already destabilizing both rain-fed and irrigated production systems. But we are not gathered here to describe a crisis. We are here to ask a practical and forward-looking question. How do we secure more food, more jobs, more resilience, more dignity from our farming systems without continuing to increase pressure on water, land, nutrients, and ecosystems? So I'll emphasize the question as Chiliti also emphasized the linear to secular food model. How do we secure more food, more jobs, more resilience, and more dignity from our farming systems without continuing to increase pressure on water, land, nutrients, and ecosystems? So that basically is, in essence, is why secular food systems matter. For too long, as already indicated, most of our agriculture development has followed a linear model. We extract resources, we apply inputs, we produce outputs, generate waste, and then try to manage the damage later. So that's what we've been doing all along in our linear systems. So in such systems, for example, crop residues are burnt or discarded, manure is underused, water is often inefficiently managed, and value addition remains weak at local level. So the outcome of the linear models we've been following is a system that is costly, vulnerable, and often exclusionary, especially for women, youth, and poorer households. This is where the secular food systems come in. They offer a different logic. They seek to close loops of water, nutrients, biomass, and energy to transform byproducts into useful assets, as well as to create stronger local linkages between production, processing, enterprise development, as well as ecosystem stewardship. I think we have to give zero to the technical people. They are really failing us. What's happening? We're supposed to have something here.
You are doing well, don't worry.
Yeah, but I have to raise that point that they are failing us. Okay, so in our context, this is not about importing a fashionable concept from elsewhere. It is about building practical rural economies around the realities of Eastern and Southern Africa, especially around smallholder irrigation schemes and the dryland and livestock systems connected to them. So in simple terms, circular food systems in our region means at least four things. First, irrigation schemes must be seen not only as sites of crop production, but as local hubs around which broader rural economies can be organized. Secondly, agroecological practices must help recycle residues and manure back into soils, improve water holding capacity, and rebuild fertility over time. Thirdly, we have to have micro and small enterprises which must be supported to turn underused biomass and byproducts into feed, fertilizer, processing services, and other high value-adding products. Fourthly, women, youth, and other undeserved groups must participate not as peripheral beneficiaries, but as owners, entrepreneurs, service providers, and leaders within the farming system. This is why the Circular Food System project is so important. So it was established to test whether climate-smart circular food systems centered on strategic integration of smallholder irrigation schemes with livestock and surrounding dryland agriculture can become engines of local resilience and inclusive economic development. It also responds directly to the challenge of achieving socio-economic gains in agriculture without escalating the use of the finite natural resources, soil and our land that we have, or increasing greenhouse gas emissions. This dialogue has a clear purpose. We are here to synthesize clear early evidence from the CFS research. We are here to connect that evidence to national, regional, continental policy agendas, and also identify actionable pathways for scaling the circular food systems across Eastern and Southern Africa. So the policy or the program is structured to fit into shared outputs, including a regional policy statement and action note. I'm now looking at FANAPAN. Hopefully that's going to be one of the key outputs from the dialogue, which means our task is simply not to exchange ideas, but to move forward toward implementable direction. I would like to talk about the evidences and examples of the circular food systems, where we have transitioned from one of the key projects we had, the Transforming Irrigation in Southern Africa, to the CFS project. So what is the evidence beginning to show? So the technical people, you see, now that's where we need the evidence. People are supposed to be seeing the evidence. It's difficult to talk to evidence without showing it. Okay, so the phase one of the Circular Food Systems project has functioned as a proof of concept and learning phase across Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe, while building on our earlier work from the Transforming Irrigation in Southern Africa project, where we used a two-pronged approach of using smart water management tools. I'm sure we're going to get to see these tools in the field tomorrow. We have a tool called the Chameleon. We have another tool called the Full Stop, which basically help farmers understand exactly when to irrigate and how much fertilizer to use. This led to saving of water, improvements in crop yields and incomes, and it was complemented by the use of agriculture innovation platforms that help in establishing local networks that bring together farmers, government extension officers, market actors, and they foster collective problem solving, connecting farmers to profitable markets, and helping build resilient irrigator associations. So the project has demonstrated that agroecologically based circular food systems can deepen the benefits of functional small-scale irrigation schemes by integrating them more effectively with dryland agriculture, livestock systems, as well as local enterprise development. One of the most important lessons coming out of the secular food systems is that secularity does not really emerge from one actor operating alone. It emerges when farmers, micro, small and medium enterprises, extension services, local government, service providers, financiers begin to work together as part of a connected local system. That's very important to understand, that alone you would never achieve secularity. You need stakeholders around you to be able to achieve secularity to a connected system. That is why agricultural innovation platforms have been central to the model. They have provided spaces to co-design, coordinate, manage conflict, to assist with collective learning, and to allow local actors to identify opportunities that would be difficult to unlock through sector-by-sector planning alone. The project has also validated what we call a dual-track strategy. On one side, we have lead farmers adopting agroecological practices, and then on the other side, we have the small businesses filling key niches in the rural economy by converting waste streams into productive inputs and services. Together, these two tracks create a more integrated local food system that is more resilient, more inclusive, and more resource efficient. I was supposed to be going to slide number 4. So over the last 3 years, the CFS project has shown that smallholder irrigation schemes can act as high productivity anchors for local secular economies when they are integrated with surrounding rain-fed and livestock systems. At schemes such as Silalabuhwa irrigation scheme, Silalachani irrigation scheme, Hauke in Zimbabwe, Kiwere and Magozi in Tanzania, irrigated production generates not only grain and horticulture, but also streams of residues and byproducts that can be systematically recovered and valorized. This is the practical foundation of secularity. Not waste management at the margins, but the redesign of local production and enterprises and enterprise systems. So at the level of productivity and resilience, the findings are really encouraging. We've also done some modeling work around this, and the upstream scenario analysis and related evidence show that improved water and soil management can increase yields and water productivity while stabilizing or reducing water use. For example, in Zimbabwe, maize water productivity rose from around 5.2 to 6.2 kilograms per cubic meter under improved secular management, while improved irrigation practice informed by smart water management tools, the Chameleon and Full Stop, increased maize yield by over 50% relative to the current farmer practice. And then we've also had evidence around manure recycling, which has increased maize water productivity by between 2 to 13% and maintained more stable productivity under improved irrigation compared under unimproved irrigation regimes. So this matter speaks directly to the central question of this dialogue. Can we improve livelihoods, food security, without simply increasing extraction of water, land, and synthetic inputs? So we already have evidence coming out of the project that we can. That's the emerging answer that we have. But there is a but, definitely. Only when the right technical, institutional, financial conditions are in place. The business evidence is equally important. The project has supported a portfolio of secular small businesses around pilot irrigation schemes, including composting, organic fertilizer production, specialized feed processing, seedling nurseries, milling, black soldier fly activity. I don't want to mention that a lot. Someone said that might not be very viable. We'll talk about that when we are in the field. And integrated horticulture livestock enterprises. These businesses matter because they operationalize circularity. They convert waste streams into valued inputs, and they close nutrient loops. They also reduce local losses and create employment and diversify rural economies. Now we can go to the next slide. Finally, now I'm going to blame the lighting. There's always something to blame. Okay, so across 12 in-depth case studies and more than 50 emerging enterprises, 4 broad business types have emerged. The first one is around integrated multi-enterprise model, which internalizes nutrient and biomass flows within one farm or business or family business. So fortunately, some of the business people are here. You are going to get a chance to interact with them, and they share their experiences on how they've come through from, or they've started off from 2023, 24, and where they are currently. So the second business type is around decentralized mechanized service model, which brings equipment to the farm gate to process residues and prevent burning. We have another third type of business, which is a specialized input valorizer, which converts residues and waste into feed, seedlings, and biofertilizers. And lastly, the fourth type of business is an inclusive output hub, which aggregates products as well as nutrients while providing local market and service functions. So together, these are some of the examples of the businesses that have emerged from Zimbabwe and Tanzania as well as Mozambique. These models show that circularity can create a practical ecology of enterprises around irrigation schemes, rather than just isolated pilot businesses. Early results show strong promise, even though most of these enterprises are still fairly young. In some cases, we've had byproduct use reducing feed costs by 30 to 50%. As I indicated, we are going to get a chance to directly interact with the businesses and get it from them. I won't disown my statements like Chiditi. I've been on the crowd, so I stand with the statements. All right. Another major contribution of the project has been its attention to inclusion. So we've used baseline surveys and analysis to identify barriers and opportunities for women, youth, as well as other undeserved groups across the sites. This has led to tailored training, business planning, and support for non-land-based enterprises that could also accommodate limited land rights and also labor constraints. Business training across the 3 countries have been delivered to more than 208 individuals with detailed business plans developed and high potential ventures such as composting, feed processing, and value-added crop products being further developed. So more than half of the supported businesses are owned or co-owned by women and youth. And these enterprises have not only achieved diversified income opportunities, they have also shifted local dynamic power dynamics. Women and young people, which we're going to see in the field on tomorrow, that's Wednesday, yes, have taken a more visible leadership roles in business extension and community decision-making, while lead farmer case studies have documented diffusion of agroecological practices as well as improvements in confidence, household nutrition, and social recognition amongst the households. That is a profound lesson for policy. Inclusion is not simply a moral add-on to secularity. It is one of the practical mechanisms through which secular systems become dynamic and scalable. At the same time, I would like to hasten to say that the project has not ignored the tensions that come from the success stories we have. As residues and byproducts become more valuable, there is a risk that poorer households who once accessed them informally may be excluded unless safeguards and inclusion governance mechanisms are deliberately built in. So this scaling paradox is precisely the kind of issue that policy must anticipate early on rather than after exclusion has already happened. And then my last slide, seems I've been speaking for too long, isn't it? Is on the policy directions. What is it that we probably should be doing? So the evidence of secular food systems from Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and Mozambique, together with broader African policy processes, point to several enabling conditions that deserve policy attention. The first one is we need to reposition irrigation schemes as rural bioeconomy hubs rather than treating them only as production infrastructure. I think I've already spoken to this. We have to see the irrigation schemes as places of integrated investments in agroecology, small-scale processing, renewable energy, logistics around them, so that we can unlock wider development benefits from them. Secondly, we need stronger governance and coordination mechanisms. Secular food systems require action across irrigation, dryland farming and livestock systems, agribusinesses, local government, youth, gender, and so forth. And the value of agriculture innovation platforms has shown that we can be able to help local actors to co-design responses, negotiate trade-offs, and organize around shared opportunities. So there is a strong case for institutionalizing such platforms or similar mechanisms within extension and local development systems. Then thirdly, finance must move much closer to the realities of secular enterprises. From the project, we've already found that many promising small businesses are too young for conventional lending, but they are too ambitious for one-off grants too. So we have to be seeing how best we can move finance much closer to these secular enterprises. The fourth policy direction I would like to proffer is that inclusion must remain central. We have to have policies that support women's and youth participation, not only through broad-based rhetoric, but through explicit targets, through skills development, through mentorship, through finance, and support for business types that do not depend on formal systems. And probably the fifth aspect that I wanted to touch on in terms of policy direction relates to monitoring and evidence systems need to be strengthened. So already the project has begun to build a multi metric approach linking water productivity, land efficiency, soil health, emissions, income and employment, as well as inclusion. So if we are to move beyond pilots, we should be looking at practical frameworks for tracking these outcomes and using them in policy review as well as investment decisions. In conclusion, I would say this is where the regional dialogue becomes more than a conference. It becomes a policy design moment. So over the coming few days, the program will address Africa-wide positioning, investment and finance pathways, as well as technological and governance innovations. We're going to have evidence on resilience, as well as decoupling. We're going to have field-based enterprise learning. We're going to have youth and small business centered circularity. And we're also going to have country or cross-country synthesis, as well as climate, water, energy, food, health, nexus implications. So I would say the CFS project has largely fulfilled its role as a proof of concept and learning phase. So the next logical step of phase is a focus phase 2 that would probably deepen and scale out circularity, expand non-land-based enterprises, as well as leverage irrigation schemes further as rural development hubs, and hopefully also develop shared decoupling indicators and also co-developed financial mechanisms or instruments for secular small business enterprises. So esteemed colleagues, the question before us is not whether Eastern and Southern Africa really needs more resilient, more inclusive, and more efficient food systems. It clearly does. We do need these inclusive and more resource-efficient food systems. The real question is whether we are prepared to organize policy, finance, institutions, and partnerships around approaches that can actually deliver them. So that's my parting shot. As we deliberate in the next 3-4 days, are we able to really organize policy, finance, institutions, and partnerships around approaches that can actually deliver circular food systems? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moyo. Looks like we are running a bit behind. Just one announcement: if you want to see more information about the program, the updated program, and also the presentations that are being made and will be made, please just scan the QR code at the back of your tag. You will see even more detailed information. So thank you very much, Dr. Martin. Very nice stage setting for what's coming in the next few days. Let me quickly switch gears and welcome Dr. Leah Ndungu from ICEA to give us partner remarks as we are moving forward. Thank you very much. Let's give a big hand.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Good morning from Nairobi, Kenya, coming here to Bulawayo. So distinguished guests, delegates, senior government officials, development partners, researchers, private sector leaders here, farmers and farmer reps, ladies and gentlemen. In Kenya, we usually summarize the protocol as all protocols observed, and I think Martin has done that very well. So I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues from Asia, our research program manager, Dr. Neil Lazarus is not here today, but he's coming a bit later in the week. But I do have another colleague, May Muthuri. May, you can wave. May is our communications officer, and she is very, very effective in the work that she does. I acknowledge you, May, and moving around to make this effective. So it's a privilege and a deeply personal honor for me to join you here at Bulawayo for this important regional dialogue for circular food systems. Actually, Zimbabwe holds a very, very special place for me. As some of you may know, some of you who know me a little bit deeper, because several years ago, I actually gave my daughter her hand in marriage to a young Zimbabwean young man. And so I am your ambuya. For those in Zimbabwe. That means mother-in-law to Zimbabwe. So thank you for having me. So I'm very, very grateful to be here. So I grew up in Kenya in a family setting, actually, where agriculture was never merely an economic activity. For us, agriculture was how families survived. It was how children went to school and how communities stayed together. It was dignity, hope, and life itself for families. Like many African families, our lives moved on with the rhythm of the seasons. We understood the quiet anxiety that enters a home when the rains are delayed. Long before we spoke about climate models or resilience, or frameworks around resilience, farming families already understood the quiet anxiety that settles in a household when skies remain empty for too long. You could see it in the way conversations changed around the kitchen or at the fireplace where we gathered many times. You could see it in livestock growing weaker. You could feel it in the uncertainty parents carried as they wondered whether the harvest would be enough to feed the family, to pay school fees, or to carry them into the next season. Across Africa today, millions of households still live with that uncertainty. That is why this dialogue matters. And so I would like to really sincerely thank FANAPAN for convening this policy dialogue. Indeed, by the way, the branding is so amazing. It's very spot on. Thank you very much, FANAPAN and your colleagues. So thank you for continuing to create the space where science, policy, farmers, development partners, and the private sector can come together to discuss challenges and shape solutions effectively. Dr. Tshilidzi has already reminded us that the future of Africa's food systems cannot be secured through isolated efforts or fragmented thinking. As we prepare to hear from Dr. Dumisani Kutiwayo and other policymakers later about this pathway towards resilient agricultural transformation, I hope our conversation today helps to strengthen one central message. That is, that resilience must be built not only through policy ambition, but also through practical systems that work for farmers on the ground. That we are facing across the continent, what we are facing across the continent is an agricultural challenge, a food systems challenge, a livelihoods challenge, a resilience challenge, and increasingly a policy challenge. Across Africa, rainfall patterns are becoming more erratic, soils are degrading, grazing lands are shrinking, water scarcity is worsening, and farming inputs are becoming more expensive and less accessible to many smallholder farmers. Yet, despite these pressures, African farmers continue to feed communities and to hold the social fabric of rural life together. So what we have learned through the Circular Food Systems Initiative is that farmers are not passively waiting for solutions. They are innovating and adapting. With the right support, partnerships, tools, and enabling environment, they are transforming their farming systems in a remarkable way. This understanding lies at the heart of the Circular Food Systems Project, which ASEA has proudly supported along the Australian National University, FANAPAN, ICRISAT, Earthy University, University of Eduardo Mondlane, and farming communities across Zimbabwe and Tanzania. This work began with simple but powerful questions. That is, what if every part of the farm could support the other? What if waste became value? What if farming systems could become more productive, more resilient, sustainable, while depending less on expensive external inputs? And what if science, policy, innovation, and local knowledge could work together to build systems that are not only productive, but also resilient, regenerative, and economically sustainable? Over the years then, we have seen extraordinary transformation arising from this partnership. We have seen farmers reduce water use while increasing productivity. We have seen crop residues used as livestock feed, manure used as fertilizer, and farming systems becoming more integrated and efficient. But perhaps more importantly, we have seen confidence returning to farming communities. We have seen farmers move from surviving climate shocks to actively building resilience. And today, I would like to especially like to recognize our farmers, and in particular, two remarkable women farmers who are with us today. Mrs. Dube and Mrs. Mpofu. I think you can wave. I can see you there. Thank you very much. You are part of our work, and your farms have shown us that farmers are not merely research beneficiaries. You and other farmers are co-creators of knowledge, innovation. You are innovators in your own right and leaders in your community. Thank you very much. Your stories remind us that resilience is profoundly human. We actually have some of your stories on the ASEA website. It is a mother finding ways to keep producing food during a drought, a farmer refusing to waste scarce resources because every drop of water, every handful of animal and kitchen waste, and every crop residue matters. It is communities learning that sustainability and economic opportunity can grow together. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important lessons from this work is that circular food systems are about the environment, environmental sustainability, livelihoods, and opportunities. They create pathways for rural enterprises, value addition, local processing, innovation, agribusiness, and stronger rural economies. They also create opportunities for local manufacturing, processing, services, agricultural technologies, and renewable energy solutions, digital advisory systems, and new rural markets that can develop along resilient farming systems. And this is why the conversation here matters so much. The future of Africa food systems will depend on how effectively we connect science to policy, innovation to investment, farmers to markets, and sustainability to economic opportunity. So at ASEA, we strongly believe in the value of long-term partnerships. That is our model. Transforming food systems is not the work of a single institution or a single project or a funding cycle. It requires trust, collaboration, sustainable investment in people, and also innovation. And as many of you know, ASEA's support for the current phase of the CFS project is now coming to an end, as we just talked about it earlier. However, I want to make it clear that today that this is not the end of the work. If anything, this dialogue shows that the work has now reached an important transition point. What this initiative has generated is far bigger than a project. It has produced evidence, partnerships, innovation platforms, farmer-led learning systems, and practical models that can continue to inform policy, investment, and scaling efforts across the region. So importantly, it has generated something equally valuable, which is momentum. The responsibility now rests with all of us to research, to continue strengthening the evidence and the innovation emerging from this work. To development partners, continue supporting approaches that build resilience from the ground up. To the private sector, to recognize the opportunities in circular economies, agricultural technologies and processing, and resilience rural value chains. And importantly, to government and policymakers, because innovation cannot scale without enabling policy environments. The cost of inaction is growing. Every season marked by declining soil fertility, worsening drought, rising food imports, and collapsing rural productivity carries enormous social and economic consequences for our countries. But this project has shown that resilience can be built proactively through systems that simultaneously restore ecosystems, enhance productivity, reduce water waste, and create opportunities. The question before us then is no longer whether transformation is possible. It is whether we will move fast enough to support it at scale. So my hope, therefore, is that the insights and lessons emerging from the Circular Food Systems Project will help shape policies that strengthen climate resilience, support integrated farming systems, encourage sustainable water and land management, promote farmer-led innovation, and create inclusive rural economic opportunities for future generations. Africa's farmers are not asking to be rescued. They are seeking systems that enable their knowledge, resilience, and innovation to thrive. They need systems capable of withstanding shocks, restoring ecosystems, strengthening livelihoods, and sustaining hope. I believe the Circular Food Systems Project has shown us that such a future is possible. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. The journey towards resilient African food systems is not one any institution can undertake alone. but researchers, policymakers, farmers, government, private sector actors, development partners can all build the system where nothing is wasted, resilience is strengthened, innovation is shared, partnerships are deepened, and farmers remain at the center of transformation. And perhaps years from now, when we look back on this dialogue today, we will not remember only the speeches that we made. We will remember that this was part of the moment when Africa reimagining, we will remember that this was part of the moment when Africa began reimagining its food systems, not around scarcity and survival, but around resilience, dignity, and possibilities. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Here in Zimbabwe, I think you say, Ngia Vonga? Ziaboga. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambuya. Thank you for helping us increase our population. We'll definitely reciprocate. Okay, thank you very much for those kind words. I just want to check whether we have the representative from the Australian Embassy, if they came during the time. So they are not here. So with that, we're a little bit behind time, but I think that the speakers have done justice to why we are here. I just want to also give 1 to 2 minutes to check if there are any burning questions, comments, and suggestions as we move forward. Okay, so far everything seems clear. So we'll continue with the program. I think at this juncture, I just want to not repeat what has been presented, but just to keep. Okay, thank you very much. I have just been told that the hotel would like to come and greet us for 1 or 2 minutes as we move on to the tea break, but I will make the announcement for the tea break after the hotel has done their act. Thank you. You are welcome.
Maybe let me use this one. It's a very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to Cresta Churchill and thanking you for making the decision to be with us for this week as you'll be conferencing. It is an honor to be hosting you this week. And I hope when you arrived last night, for those that arrived last night or yesterday or this morning, you were comfortable enough. My name is Grace. I'm the hotel general manager. And we wish to welcome you so that you get to know the team that will be hosting you this whole week. We are all committed to make sure that we give you the best service and we meet your expectations during this crucial period that will be with us as you'll be meeting and conferencing. With me, I have the team that I would like to introduce. As usual, it's not a women's only team. Apologies from the chef and the other colleagues in the various departments. So for now, I'll just introduce the team that is available so that as you'll be interacting during the course of the day today, you get to know who is actually able to respond efficiently to your request. The first lady is Pauline. Pauline is our guest experience. I'm sure who happens to be the boss for everyone. She's the lady who puts us in line whenever we don't meet your expectations. So for any good or bad comments or where we need to change and recover, please let Pauline know. She'll make sure that we are all in line. I hope we haven't done anything between yesterday up to now, but should there be anything, please give us an opportunity to correct it going forward. The next lady, most probably the most important lady in the room, is Lynn. Lynn is the food and beverage manager. So in terms of you agree, right? Lynn is our food and beverage manager, and in terms of your food experience, beverage experience, during the conference and during your tea breaks, during your lunch breaks, she's the lady who makes sure that we deliver accordingly. So should you have any dietary requirements, please let her know. She will definitely pass it on to the chef, who is right in production at the moment, hence he's not here. But she will actually take the specifications and engage the chef should there be any specifics that are required. And then last but not least, Gertrude is our rooms division manager. She's the lady in charge of the rooms in the hotel, our public areas, the cleanliness of the hotel, including this room. So should there be anything that is amiss in your room, please let her know, or you leave a message at the front desk. We will make sure that we correct it accordingly. Please allow me, for the sake of convenience, to highlight two areas of convenience in the hotel. We have two sets of ladies and gentlemen in terms of the convenient rooms, the toilets. So if you just go out, you can actually use this this door or the other one at the end, and you turn to your right. The first one is the ladies. The second one, before the end of the building, is the gents, just before you get to the gym. If they are not available, we do have another set of convenient rooms. If you just turn to your left, you go down on the staircase, you then see the ladies and the gents for your convenience. So these are mainly for your convenience while you are conferencing. And then another one that I would like to highlight is the safety assembling points in the hotel. We have two in the hotel. We have one right in front of the hotel, which is in the car park, and we have another one at the back of the hotel. So should there be any need, of which I hope there won't be any need, management and the fire team will definitely come in if there is an alarm that has been set to take you to the safest zone or the landing point, especially the back one, which is behind, will take you and reroute you to the safest landing zone. Otherwise, we wish you a beautiful, pleasant, fruitful week this week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and the gentlemen in absentia. We really feel welcome. Like I said, we are now running out of time, and we have come to the end of this first session, except just the official opening by the Honorable Deputy Minister, who I'm told is close to getting by. I'd asked if there are any questions. It seems like everything was clear. We look forward to the trips in the field. We look forward to more interaction with the farmers, and we also look forward to a good week as we continue dialoguing. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. Let's take a 15-minute break so that we come back. It's now 1:15, so that we come back at 10:31, so that we catch up on the lost time. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the session. Tembi, you want to announce where the teas are served? Just outside. I'm told it's just outside. So let's interact, let's enjoy the tea and come back at 10:31. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Good. Thank you, facilitator.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We are almost ready to begin our next session. All right, with those guys. Okay. We're going to do a bit of a dry run right now, so you don't need to stand at attention yet, but we want to make sure that the national anthem plays well. It's a dry run, not yet. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a lovely tea. I know it was shorter than we had planned, so there will still be more time for you to network, over coffee in the afternoon, and also there'll be time during lunchtime. My task is to facilitate our next session, which is focusing on policy priorities, investment pathways, and regional commitments for micro, small, and medium enterprises-centered secular food systems. A mouthful, but hopefully we'll get through everything. We are going to be together for the next 2 hours, so you have to really be comfortable where you're sitting. We're going to have a break in between. As soon as the minister comes, we will do a quick transition where we will receive his speech, we'll do the national anthem, and then we'll do a group photo with the minister before he leaves, and then we'll carry on with our program. So hopefully we won't lose too much time, and we'll still have the meaningful conversations that we want to have. My name is Sitembile Mwamakamba. I am with FANAPAN. And our session is going to be structured into 3 segments. We are first going to have a lead presentation that's going to set the scene for us. Then we are going to have a chat with some colleagues that have experience in this field. And then we are going to receive some policy reflections from the African Union Commission, and we will then close the session and then break for lunch. So that's how it's going to run. So if the minister comes after the presentation, I think that will be an excellent break before the panel. But even if he comes when the panel has already started, I'll just ask you to just hold on to your questions and just anything that you might be thinking, pause it. We'll have the official bit, and then we'll come back again. So before tea, we almost saw the evidence that Dr. Moyo was talking about, but we had him, right? We didn't see it on the screen because of some tech issues, but we had him share how the CFS project has demonstrated that secular enterprises can be viable, but access to finance remains the single most binding constraint. He asked us a very important question, which is, are we prepared to organize finance around approaches that deliver secular food systems? So now we are going to receive a presentation from a good colleague of mine, Mr. Suwilanji Sinyangwe, that's focusing on investment finance pathways that are aimed at de-risking and making sure that they are tailored products from a secular food systems point of view. So Suwilanji, over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning once more. And once more again, welcome to Bulawayo. So I want to then begin with a sort of straightforward proposition. So over the next 12 to 15 minutes, then I will sort of take you through enough evidence that has been produced from the project as far in the almost 3-year implementation that we've been doing. And also sort of introduce to you a sort of deliberate architecture to convert the secular practices into bankable business models. So I'll just walk you through my slides. So for starters then, I have an opening question that will sort of enable us to reflect a bit. And it's mainly saying Africa does not need more food system projects. We have enough of them. Over decades, we've been running a lot of food systems projects. But the main issue, the systematic issue that has been ongoing is that of having bankability projects that will sort of be carried on even after the finite funds of project donors ends. So what I'm saying here is that what the project need is sort of investable secular rural economies that local government then can take ownership going forward after the end of the pilot project. So to begin with then, I have this proposition to tell you that why does this matter now? So I have these 4 sets of numbers. And the first one is that Africa Adaptation Finance has reached almost 14.8 billion in 2023 in terms of various contribution against the need of at least 70 billion based on the Africa NDCs. So the gap is still widening. Secondly, then, the food loss in sub-Saharan Africa records loss rates above 19%, with West Africa alone then being over 23%. So the continent loses a lot of billions in food loss annually before it reaches the actual consumers. So that's almost 1/5 of the food is lost along the various value chain before it reaches the consumers. Thirdly, then, the issue of the youths. The pressure is still mounting. Between 10 and 12 million young people then enter the labor force each and every year. That's a very big, huge number. And only 3 million find formal jobs. So that gap, then, how is it absorbed? So that's one of the questions that I want us to reflect as we go through with this discussion. Fourth, then, the issue of the micro, small, and medium enterprises, the finance gap also. So the latest IFC and the World Bank report estimates that about 5.7 trillion US dollars gap rate in terms of financing for micro, small, medium enterprises. So that's like 40% of the formal MSMEs are sort of credit constrained. So there's also that gap. So there's need now for my next slide then, which then asks the question to say, the linear food system, like my senior colleague, Dr. Moyo mentioned here, we can't say it has been failing, no. It was designed to work the way it has been working. So that is sort of inputs into raw material. I mean, first we have inputs in, then we have raw produce out, then we have value captured elsewhere, away from where the food is being produced. And also then lastly, the waste is just discarded. It's not used. So in this model then, farmers and the MSMEs carry the highest risk, but sort of capture the least value from what they sort of produce. So other problems, this linear model is also introducing, like Martin then mentioned, is that soil are mined, and then value is sort of benefited elsewhere, whilst soil that are mined in the local communities is just left destroyed, and also the issues of the youths, then they still remain jobless and there are no opportunities, because then the value is being benefited elsewhere, away from where the food is being produced. So then, in my next slide, then I'm saying that from the project, so this diagram here is sort of a replica of what was designed in the project. So here we are saying circularity then replaces the extract and export with integrated local economies, and also then functional irrigation systems. If you can see, the circular model is the sort of node in the middle. Then the irrigated and dryland functional irrigation schemes then anchor the whole model of some sort, and then generating critical mass for the people that are within that irrigation scheme. And it also then provides infrastructure and services that support a wider ecosystem. And then secondly, then the crop residues, the other side there, then resides, the crop residues then become the livestock feed, manure becomes the fertilizer and compost, the milling byproducts then feed poultry, and then the slaughter waste becomes horticulture and input, and then water and nutrient cycles close the sort of leak, and then the overall then the women and youth move from being passive beneficiaries or laborers to enterprise owners. So with this deliberate inclusion, then there is sort of that social inclusion built. So this is not sort of theoretical in a sense. It is a model then that the CFS project has sort of operationalized across the 3 project countries, that is Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and Mozambique. So the sort of evidence base has been real. The farmers are real, they're here, and all the case studies are real, they are felt, they are lived. So this is what then we want to sort of give to the room to say evidence has been produced then. So what can we do with evidence? How can we bring it to scale? How can we sort of introduce the issues of ownership? More importantly then, the issues of policies and strategies then that sort of enable the environment for scaling. So what is then the CFS investment proposition that then this presentation is saying? So the proposition rests on 4 key pillars that I've highlighted there. So one then is reducing losses and input dependency by retaining value locally through the MSMEs, and also improving resource efficiency and creating enterprise pathways for women and the youth. Then second, then they are not, these overall, these are not sort of abstract benefits. The project itself measured them across the 3 countries, like I mentioned in my previous slide. So in Zimbabwe, the business case studies sort of documented local enterprises that have replaced up to 80% of synthetic fertilizer with organic inputs. And also the issues of solar pumping has cut on costs by at least 1,000 per year on a few farmers. And also for the farmers, like I said, 1,000 per year has been reduced in terms of energy costs. And then overall, these are bankable proposition because they are lived, and the farmers that have been practicing that are here to tell the story. So then what do we need now to sort of convert them in structured investment opportunities? So the CFS evidence and country policy signals. So like the first session with our CEO, Dr. Chilizi Madzivandila from FANAPAN, he highlighted that we've been having policy dialogues to sort of now disseminate the evidence that has been produced over the 3 years that we've been implementing this project. So for instance, in Tanzania, after the dialogue, the government then expressed interest in the results of the policy monitoring report that we had produced. And they requested that the CFS team or the CF consortium then come up with at least a framework to adopt some of the recommendations that came from the evidence. So that has been ongoing, and we are sort of coming up with a proposal that is giving out a structure of how we are going to go about with a task, a technical working group on forming that framework for policy. And then in Mozambique, then after the dialogue, the World Bank, also a key stakeholder in the development community, also expressed interest in supporting post-dialogue now that will bring more stakeholders across the continent to sort of discuss, seeing that the evidence is there already. So what are the pathways then that can sort of enable scaling of some of these results that have been experienced? In Zimbabwe as well, we had engagement with various ministry stakeholders, and also they brought in other ideas of also introducing the issues of carbon credits, biodiversity credits in our project, if then there is going to be possibility of the next phase of a project. So then these signals then they imagine that there is support, there is sort of a need for acceptance and ownership of the project and the evidence that has been produced in the past 2 to 3 years. So then my next slide, then I'm introducing the issue of the finance barrier. And what I'm arguing here, or presenting rather, is that this is not only about money. The conventional narrative says rural MSMEs cannot sort of access finance because they are too risky. So the CFS evidence tells a different story from the evidence that we have produced. So many secular MSMEs are not unfundable as per narrative that has been paddled over the past years. They are usually underprepared and under-secured and under-supported as well. So that's under-secured, under-supported, and also underprepared. In Tanzania, for instance, financial institutions, loan policies are sort of geared to operating business models. And then government district also loans have sort of only a maximum of 1 year repayment cycles, while the sort of the model of the CFS project takes 2 to 5 years for it to sort of produce bankable sort of results. So what we are, I don't know if you are able to see if the screen there is not very blurry, but what I'm saying here is that the main secular food systems projects are perceived as high risk. They have weak, absent collateral. They also have small ticket sizes, in that the banks don't want to invest much in a small business that they will sort of waste a lot of money in terms of administrative, and yet the return will be low. So small tickets are also perceived for secular food systems. Then there are also informal enterprises status. A lot of these small businesses have no formal papers to sort of claim that they are maybe registered with other government institutions, etc. And also they have limited technical assistance, and also poor market linkages that also affect demand of their products, and also the issue of policy uncertainty, where there is sort of fragmented coordination on the policies and strategies, and also fragmented public support for these models. So going forward, I wanted to sort of talk about this finance pathway, and what then this slide is saying, that this is sort of an investment ladder. that will sort of introduce different stages of enterprise development that require fundamentally different instruments. So for starters, then the pathway has 7 steps and then 3 territories. So the 7 steps are ranked in 3 different territories. So the first stage and stage 2 are grant territory, which then is where this circular food system project is. It's all about evidence and idea generation and business planning and incubation. So this is where our project has been sitting for the past 2 to 3 years. So what I'm saying then is that stages 3 to 5 are blended finance, where then these models, after this stage of evidence and idea, sort of pilot stage, we bring in the aspect of making them bankable and attracting investment from banks, and also mainly here what we are saying in stages 3 to 4 is that we bring in government to give these smallholder farmers sort of capital or low interest capital that is called concessional loans, etc. And then stages 6 to 7 are at a commercial level, where now these smallholder farmers would move now to get more finance, even from commercial banks, etc. So I believe with this model, which is integrated, it's not independent of each other. Other projects usually just concentrate either on the evidence generation and the business planning, and that's where the project ends as a whole. Or other projects also just concentrate on the other ladder of commercial and finance, and that's where the project ends as well. So this model of picking one part of the other fails usually, and that has been what has been paddled in the past, in many decades to say. So then what we are proposing for this model is that then we need to follow the whole stage, the whole ladder, for smallholder farmers to sort of benefit fully from small level implementation into commercial supply and. So what we are saying is that from this stage that the project has been, we are now calling on ownership from different stakeholders, be it government for the policy environment, be it private sector for investment, so that it reaches stages 6 and 7. Next, then, I'm going to talk a bit about blended finance and de-risking instrument. So I also have, I know the words may be a bit clustered and you might be having a bit of challenge in, but I'll just briefly go through them. I'll share this presentation online and you can delve into it much. But what we are saying here is that this matrix then maps 10 instruments to barriers and CFS relevant pathways. And then the 2 pathways sort of deserves the highlight here. And these are the credit guarantees that are directly relevant in this case. In Tanzania's central bank, they already operate an SME credit guarantee scheme. So CFS can sort of link secular MSMEs to this kind of model. And also, secondly, the climate finance is also a key strategic model here, where CFS is positioned within the national determined contribution and the NAPs as well. These are key frameworks in countries, and this can be leveraged on. And also that opens access to the global climate finance, the GCF, and also the adaptation fund and other big funding mechanism. So all we need is aggregation. We need to aggregate these smallholder farmers so that they are linked to these other big funding mechanisms. Nextly then, I would want to also talk about a bit about the tailored products for secular micro, small, medium enterprises. So the generic sort of model of SME finance assumes operating businesses need collateral, a 12 months sort of repayment plan. The CFS itself, the business, the model like we have seen from the evidence takes about 2 to 5 years to sort of actualize. So there is need to sort of align the mismatch where banks are saying they can only fund smallholder farmers and they need a repayment plan of about 12 months. But the project itself, for it to show feasibility, it takes about 2 to 5 years. So there is need to realign the instruments that most of these models, more especially in the private sector, use. So the 5 product types fit this reality as highlighted here, where we are saying that equipment finance structured as sort of leasing rather than outright purchase, for the processing and byproduct machinery that anchors sort of the local value chain addition, and also the issues of seasonal working capital that needs to align with the harvest cycles. Also then the issue of dedicated youth and women windows within the MSME portfolios. That has been also a bit demonstrated in this project. So these are not sort of exotic products. These are they exist somewhere else and they've been proved. So these are some of the models that we can tap into as a project. Then I would want to move into my last part, which is sort of my forte, which is about regional policies and government strategies and policies themselves. So for any initiative to work and to sort of end that sort of ownership from the government, there is need for an enabling instrument in place. That's a sort of intent to say government is in support of this, and they've come up with a framework that then is a policy to sort of give that enabling environment. So here with the regional policy levers have a bit of them, and they are spanning from private capital that needs then to flow at scale until public policy reduces the risk. And the most underused in this table then is sort of public procurement, where then we can introduce the aspect of circularity in programs like school feeding programs, where we can say suppliers need to supply food that is produced in a circular kind of way, where everything is coming locally, is coming within the local communities and produced by the locals themselves. So next then, what are we asking then from this room specifically? What is our ask? From the policy side, then we are saying that government then should have an open policy, budget and incentive windows for CFS linked micro, small, medium enterprises. And also there is need for development partners and also the direct foreign investment partners to sort of capitalize the de-risking and technical assistance facility for smallholder farmers, specifically then the MSMEs. And also in terms of from the private sector, more especially the banks, there is need to sort of pilot tailored models like the circular food systems, where then guarantees are given to these smallholder farmers, more especially the youth and the women. Lastly, then, with the research partners, we are asking them to sort of continue generating the bankable evidence like this one, where business model and the measurement systems are clear for everyone to adopt. Lastly, then, with organizations like ourselves, such as FANAPAN and other regional bodies, then our ask is to sort of continue convening different stakeholders and partners to sort of come up with solutions that will help benefit the local communities beyond the pilot projects that we implement. Don't worry, Madam Facilitator, I'm almost concluding. Yeah, so I also want to talk about the models that are transferable according to the lessons that has been generated in other parts of the globe. For instance, then the IFAD ASAP, which has demonstrated that adaptation and small order enterprise can sort of finance single instrument models. In Tanzania, the central bank SME credit guarantee, which is already on an operational platform, so for projects that are sort of linked, not specifically secular food systems, but are linked to secular food systems in one or another. There's also the GAFSP, which has sort of crowded in private capital alongside catalytical grants for missing, for what they call the missing middle. And lastly, then, big financing organization like the African Development Bank Enable Youth Program, which has shown that structured youth agribusiness pathways scale across multiple countries. And then to come home, also organizations like ourselves, then we've been working in partnership with other organizations to sort of help the youths in terms of business plans, linking them to mentors, etc. So those are models that have been implemented elsewhere that we can adopt as well. Then in my last few concluding slides, I want us to reflect on this word cloud slide. Just as we begin the 4-day journey, I just want us to sort of, more especially the big words, to sort of digest them. At the end of this dialogue, I would want us to at least have one or two of these words embedded in our minds, in our plans, in our work environment. And going forward, we would want to sort of our regional statement, because the overall goal of this dialogue is to come up with a regional statement that will go out to different stakeholders with specific ownership. What is the ask to the African Union? What is the ask to the SADC, the Southern African Development Community? What is the ask to the East African Community, the EAC? What is the ask to different national government in Tanzania, in Mozambique, and other partners? What is the ask from IMWI? What is the ask from various organizations and stakeholders from here? We need to pick a word from here. Secularity, there is byproducts, there is climate finance. So as we are drafting the final statement, the Bulawayo statement that will go to different stakeholders, we need to pick one or two words and at least pick who is going to own it, who is going to implement it, based on the evidence that would have been discussed in the 4 days. So at the end of the dialogue on Friday, I'll bring this slide back and also give the same ask if we would have achieved in our discussion at least one word: de-risking, blended finance, value addition locally and not elsewhere, local enterprise, irrigation, women and youth, issues of social inclusion, climate finance, and guarantees. So please take note of this slide. I will bring it back on Friday as we close. So before I close, I just wanted, as we close, yes. I promise this is my last slide, Madam Facilitator. So the call to action has 6 commitments to consider over the next 3 days. And number one is sort of to define the country level priority opportunities, build the regional pipeline, and also create a de-risking package for women and the youth, very important. Align with finance, climate finance, and also regional and continental institutions like the CADAP and the RACIPS, and also have a mandate that the regional policy statement reaches different stakeholders who are responsible for those. So just in closing, I'll leave you with one thought. Circularity becomes transformation only when it is financed, governed, and owned locally. I'll repeat that. Circularity becomes transformational only when it is financed, governed, and owned locally. So as we proceed to the panel discussion, let's have this in mind. We need to locally own it, not depend on external funding. We need to own it. Already there is evidence. There are stories from farmers. So we need that ownership. So personally, in your individual capacity, in your capacity as someone from an organization, what ownership are you taking from the evidence going forward? I thank you.
The presentation, and my apologies for standing behind everybody else, but I have been instructed to stand here by the door because the minister is arriving any moment now, and I have been told that once they give me the signal, I should signal everyone to stand up as he comes through. So my apologies, this is not the way we would do things, but I think Suilanji's presentation was a very rich presentation that has given us a lot of food for thought. And as we go into the panel discussions, I am sure we already have questions that would want to pose for the panel discussion. So I will not ask the panelists to go up front now because it might get chaotic with them then coming down. So what I want to do now is to challenge the teams from Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and Mozambique. So Suilanji's word bubble that he had there had a lot of words. But I wanted to see, because he said it's called the CFS investment language. And in my head, I was thinking, what does that translate to in Ndebele and in Shona? What does that translate to in Kiswahili? What does that translate to in Shangaan or in Portuguese? So I know we have colleagues from Tanzania here. I saw my sister and some of my brothers here. I want to know, what is investment in Kiswahili? Does it translate? Does it make sense when it translates? My fellow Tanzanians, or Kenyan, yeah, Emmanuel?
So investment in Swahili is a wekezaji.
Wekezaji, okay, and then farmers understand that. And that also translates to the banks, okay? In Sindebele and Shona, what does that translate to? Anyone? Okay?
In Sindebele kuhlanyela, in Shona kujara kana kuma sungawantu kujwara.
Okay, so let me ask on the Ndebele one, because if in Sindebele is ukuhlanyela, and me with my limited Sindebele, ukuhlanyela is planting? Is that the same as investment? That's the literal translation, but it doesn't mean the same thing, does it? It has many meanings. Okay, all right. But if I go to the bank and I say to the banker, "Ngifuna ukuhlanyela," will they understand what I'm talking about? Okay. Okay. Uh-huh.
In our understanding of the word, sometimes it can bring a lot of, meaning translation depending on the context
where you come from. Okay, thank you. In Portuguese, Portuguese, colleagues from Mozambique, in Portuguese, what does that translate to?
In Portuguese, it's always almost the same. Investimento. Yes.
That one is very clear. That one is very clear. So I think what caught me is that as he was presenting is that sometimes as maybe technical experts, as researchers, as people that work far from the ground, sometimes we have terminology and language that might not necessarily translate on the ground. So it's always important when we think of, things like this, like we are working with farmers, we have to speak in a language that they would understand, but also a language that translates very well when we're now talking to the money people. So, yeah, okay. I think I have time for 1 or 2 questions before the powers that be come through. Are there any questions from the floor? Okay.
I think from the presenters, I think I would like also to hear the integration of traditional knowledge systems into agriculture, because it's very key. Because I think if we talk about science alone, I won't be comfortable. So if we integrate the two, then science and traditional knowledge is very key. Because there are some traditional practices that we've been doing for quite some time that we have since neglected. But those practices actually were very, important. And I'll give an example, the issue of around contour ridges. We have since neglected it, but in a way, it was meant for an important, meant to, 1, water harvesting, 2, to actually keep the soil nutrients intact, and also the other traditional practices that were actually used yesteryear in agriculture. They are still, we really need to revisit those. So when we talk about scientific, let's also talk about our traditional ways of, growing crops and even farming. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's a reflection. With the new approaches, or with approaches that are introduced, do we let go of what has worked in the past, or how do we integrate it? I think that's a reflection point that maybe we can also take into the panel discussion. Any other questions? Okay.
Thanks. And for the is it on? Yes. Oh, thanks. My question is, if you look at the African sort of agricultural landscape, it's changing. More and more, the farmer who wants to produce at scale is someone living in an urban area who's got a little bit of access to finance and wants to invest in agriculture in a rural area. And they are typically driven by and so my question is, how do we educate these individuals who are not keen on what is happening on the farm, but they want to see that the farm is generating a lot of money? How do you create the awareness within this community, or cause them somehow to take secularity serious? Because we're dealing with quite an important topic here. So that's my question. And how do you convince them that practicing secular agriculture will give you the sort of profit, kinds of profits and that you need, or that sustainability is probably more important than huge profits in 1 or 2 years? I think, how do we bring them into this system? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The good thing is the farmers that are here, they're already converted. So we need to find out how do they become advocates for their other colleagues.
I just want to go back to your earlier question about what is the local meaning of investment. And if you look at how you segregate the farming community and you see a much bigger slice of a younger generation of farmers, I think investment is clear, that they know the language of finance, they know the language of making money. So that cohort or that slice, which is fairly significant, I think investment is very, very clear. And the question is whether, maybe it's a discussion for the day after tomorrow, is whether that investment level meets their benchmark, meets their aspirations. But if we are looking at the other meaning for the other type of farmers, maybe Kujgara will still be okay, but might not carry the same meaning in terms of financial transactions with banks. Maybe it might make more sense when you're talking about funding, not necessarily financing. Whether the difference are the same or not is another day for discussion. But I think it makes sense, particularly if you look at the new generation of farmers. And that is a language that they understand. And maybe we need to hammer on that in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. So the point is farmers are not a homogeneous group. They are very different. They have faced different challenges and they have different aspirations, right? Okay. We'll definitely bring it to the conversation the day after tomorrow and make sure that we also address that. Is there another question, point of reflection? Someone else. All right, there at the back. I might not, you might have to shout. I don't think the mic will.
Thank you very much, Tembi. Thank you very much, Brother Suiranji, for the good presentation. My name is Vivian Kazi. I'm from the Economic and Social Research Foundation, ESRF, from Tanzania. I am the Wi-Fi to Tembi and all the Zimbabweans. Okay.
Okay, shall we sit? Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the concluding part for the opening ceremony. As per protocol, I think the national anthem should be played, so let's all rise. And let's have our IT people play the national anthem. Thank you. Thank you very much. We can all take our seats. Let me start by welcoming our guest of honor, who will be properly presented by Director in the Ministry, Mr. Andrew Chamisa. But before that, let me introduce the high table. I will start with Honorable Minister. I will start with Dr. Leah Ndugu. She is representing the Australian government, the funders for the project. Then that's on your right. And then on your immediate right, there's Dr. Chiliva Madziwalinda. He is the CEO for the FANAPRAN. They are the coordinating institute. On your immediate left is Dr. Martin Moyo. He is the country representative for ICRISAT as well as an agronomist. And then on your left, we have our consultant for the project, Professor. Without due course, I would hand over to Mr. Chamisa to properly introduce our guest of honor, and then we continue with the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Magorokosho. My name is Andrew Chamisa. I'm the Director responsible for livestock research in the Ministry of Agriculture, Mechanization and Water Resources Development. I'm pleased to introduce our guest of honor, who is Honorable Davis Marapira. Our guest of honor is the current Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Mechanization and Water Resources Development. He is also the current Member of Parliament for Zaka Central in Masvingo Province. He is also a member of the Central Committee of the ruling party, ZANU-PF. Apart from the political space, he is also a prominent farmer in Masvingo Province. He is into livestock production, beef, dairy, and does a lot of pasture production in Masvingo Province. Apart from that, our guest of honor was also, or has been, Deputy Minister of Lands, Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Rural Development from 20 April 2021 to 10 April 2026. Prior to that, he was also a Minister of State in the Office of Vice President Kembo Moadi from 10 September 2018 to 1 March 2021. He was also appointed Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Lands Agriculture from 30 November 2017 to 26 August 2018. And he has been a Member of Parliament for Masvingo North from 2013 up to the lapse of that parliamentary period. Honorable Minister, you have come to officiate the Regional Circular Food Systems Policy Dialogue, which is being held here in Bulawayo, the seat of kings and queens. This dialogue has brought delegates who are from Zimbabwe, the region, and international. We have from the country, government officials, farmers, and other stakeholders. Among those stakeholders, academic institutions, as well as the private sector. We also have delegates from Mozambique, Tanzania, as well as delegates from Australia. Honorable Minister, it's now my honor, and I humbly request the Honorable Minister to come and address the audience. Thank you. Let's give him a big pam-pam as he comes to address us.
Thank you, Dr. Chamisa. Are you a doctor?
In spirit, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chamisa. I'm very happy to be part of this international world, which has come together to the seat of kings. I've been working in this province for the last 3 weeks, and today I'm here again. I'm standing here to officiate a very important area and topic in part of Southern Africa, which is the secular food systems. What does a secular system actually look like? I know many of us who are not fundis may not understand it. Let me paint the picture before I start talking to you. In a secular food system, crop residues like maize stores become animal feed. Animal manure becomes fertilizers for crops. Food processing byproducts, peels, husks, oilseed cakes are turned into new products. Livestock feed are the new products. Compost, even bioenergy. Water is captured, treated, and reused within the farm or irrigation systems. Nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus are cycled back into the soil, so we need less synthetic fertilizers. And food waste from markets, households, or restaurants is composted or processed into animal feed or biogas. Nothing is wasted. Everything is a resource for something else. That is the cycle we are here to draw together. The Minister of State for Bulawayo Province, distinguished delegates, policymakers, experts from across Eastern and Southern Africa, from abroad as far as Australia, the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources Policy Analysis Network, the Agriculture Research Council of Zimbabwe, here present, the Australian National University with us here, University of Adelaide, Mandlane, here present, the National Institute of Irrigation in Mozambique, here present, at the University in Tanzania, the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, here present, the International Crops Research Institute for the same arid tropics, all members of the Secular Food System Consortium, farmer organizations, the private sector, financial institutions, development partners, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. Good morning. Good. We are meeting at a critical moment for Eastern and Southern Africa. Our region faces escalating climate risks, including higher temperatures, erratic rainfalls, and more frequent droughts and floods, which are already devastating food security and rural livelihoods. These impacts are most severe in rain-fed small farming systems, where recurrent dry spells destabilize yields. Southern Africa, in particular, is a recognized hotspot where climate change is a primary driver of low agricultural productivity and hunger. To address this, we must de-link agricultural production from rainfall through accelerated irrigation development and the widespread adoption of conservation agriculture. Compounding these crises, our food systems remains predominantly linear and resource intense, relying heavily on internal inputs. This model leads to significant nutrient losses, food waste, and environmental degradation. The question is no longer whether we must change, but how we change decisively and at a scale. I'm encouraged that Secular Food Systems in Africa project, led by Australian National University with support from the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, provides practical evidence-based answers. I think that is my interest. And that is why I'm here, to see practical evidence. I'm not a theorist, and I hate theorists. And I don't like those who goes about writing journals not proven practically. And I'm happy we have a university which echoes the same sentiments as I'm driving here, working with multidisciplinary partners, including ICRISAT here in Zimbabwe, at the university in Tanzania, and the Eduardo Madeleine University and the National Institute of Irrigation in Mozambique. The project has tested how secular food systems principles can be applied around smallholder irrigation schemes and associated dryland systems. Emerging evidence confirms that secular systems based on agroecological principles, integrating crops, livestock, and byproducts, and closing nutrients and water loops can help decouple socio-economic benefits from natural resources depletion and greenhouse gas emissions. Specific institutions and technological innovations in small irrigation schemes in Tanzania, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe have demonstrated the potential to boost productivity, equity, and resilience when combined with stronger governance and local enterprise development. This dialogue builds directly on that evidence. Our program is organized around 5 interconnected sub-themes that get to the heart of the secular transition. These are: 1, technological and governance innovations. For secularity, the critical water, energy, food, health nexus. social inclusion, that's gender equality and youth employment, capacity buildings for entrepreneurial transitions, and finally, partnerships and increased investments in youth and small-scale business centered secularity. Together, they offer a comprehensive agenda for action. Zimbabwe's own experience offers practical lessons that this dialogue can help scale across the region. Through our agriculture food systems and rural transformation strategy too, we have set a target to grow our agricultural economy from 10.3 US billions to 15.8 US billions by 2030. Our 5 impact areas are food security and food sovereignty, nutrition security, improved livelihoods, agriculture-led economic growth, and land tenure. You have heard our president severally talking about a middle income status by 2030, which focuses more on rural development. And those who are not from Zimbabwe, 70% of our population, they live in our rural areas. And that is the current focus of our president for the next 4 years, where we in government and all those who are in Zimbabwean government, together with our parastatals, we want to support the president by industrializing our rural areas. Hence, after industrializing the rural areas, we develop and make sure that there is development. There is food nutrition, a well-organized food system. There is employment. There is generation of income. There is generation of raw materials for our industries, even in towns, from rural areas. So this is part of the country's vision. But I'm happy these secular food systems will help our president's focus of a middle income by 2030. On nutrition, we aim to reduce stunting from 24% to 20%, wasting from 4% to 3%, and increase in the proportion of children receiving a minimum acceptance diet from 12% to 25% by 2030. Circular food system with diverse crops and integrated livestock are essential in achieving these goals. Delegates, can I explore how similar nutrition targets could be integrated into the region's secular strategies? On climate resilience, we are developing 500,000 hectares of irrigation by 2030, aiming at 100% adoption of the sustainable intensive conservation agriculture model by 2028, completing 9 major dams under the infrastructural 6.0 model that's strengthening early warning systems and exploring carbon credits and climate risk insurance. In Zimbabwe, we have a very smart policy. Dams are not projects. If you see us building dams, we don't consider them as projects. But what we are going to gain out of the dams are projects. Out of the 9 dams which will be under construction, we are looking at provision of clean energy through hydroelectricity. We are looking at enhancing our irrigation from almost 300,000 today to 500,000 by 2030 through those dams. We look at provision of clean potable water to our cities. A good example is this city of Kings where we are today. We have the Gwaishangani with a canal, not a canal, but a pipeline running for 300 kilometers to Bulawayo. The Gwaishangani is not a project. The project is the provision of water to Bulawayo city. Along the pipeline, we are going to put some green belts of irrigation development. And the green belt of irrigation development, they become the projects. At the Gwaishangani itself, we come up with fisheries projects. We're going to put a lot of fingerlings to make sure that Gwaishangani becomes a fishery industry of both tilapia and kapenda fish, together with other indigenous fish in Zimbabwe. But don't forget that Zimbabwe is known for its tourism destination. Gwaishangani becomes one of the tourism centers. So you see, once we put up a dam, we don't consider a dam as a project, but what comes out of the dam is a project. On water, sanitation and hygiene, we are increasing raw water's access from 80% to 100%, and sanitation to 100% by 2030. Essential for water, energy, food, health nexus that is central to secular system. Across every pillar, we are mainstreaming women and youth. I therefore say directly to every investor here present, development partners and financiers in this room, align your capital and expertise with these priority areas. That is where you will have the greatest impact, generating both sustainable returns and lasting developmental outcomes for the people of Eastern and Southern Africa. Distinguished delegates, this dialogue must not be merely a talk shop. Distinguished delegates, this dialogue must not be merely a talk shop. I challenge you to move beyond discussion and co-develop an actionable policy and investment roadmap. Identify priority actions responsible for actors and near-term opportunities. Strengthen existing partnerships and forge new ones across national and regional police bodies. Research programs, financial institutions, and private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, before I get to my conclusion, I would want to talk about how our president developed a policy on women and children. As a country, we started embarking on development of 135,000 boreholes and village business units, whereby the 135 business units will employ women in agriculture. They will have fish ponds within them. But beside that, the 135 boreholes in every village in the country will help to provide clean water for human consumption, clean water for our animals. So it's one of those important programs. We have a program in my ministry which we call Agriculture 8.0, where the president gives inputs to the 70% of people in rural areas every year, inputs for growing grain, for growing fodder for our animals. He gives goats to the rural areas under presidential goat scheme. The president gives chickens to the women and youth for them to generate income. He comes in to help in destroying livestock diseases, tick-borne, by providing dipping systems for the animals. So the secular feed system, we should have support from our governments. We cannot do it alone. We cannot do it with our donor agents, but we can also do with the assistance of our governments. That means governments should craft policy which will allow investors and those who want to assist to operate freely. But as a country, and talking from my ministry, we've had serious damages from people who would come in with fish and give us the fish when we wanted the roads, and that it damaged our people. Seriously, people would come with sugar beans for us to, table sugar, I would consider that as table sugar beans, for us to eat, instead of providing us with seed to grow the sugar beans for ourselves. People could bring bottled water. Do we need bottled water? We need bowls. We don't need bottled water. You can't bring water for our irrigation. You have to help us to set up our irrigation systems. So we don't want that kind of vision in your deliberations. We want people who will help Southern Africa with practical essence, which are going to develop our farmers, not to give them food, free-hand food. I'm happy that these deliberations here today, before I agreed to officially open this program, I asked the two members that, do you have practical evidence of what we are going to deliberate today? And they promised me that by tomorrow afternoon, after your field visit, they'll send me videos of practical examples of things done in Zimbabwe. Otherwise, if they didn't promise me that they have practical examples of things done already in Southern Africa, I was not going to stand before you and waste my time and your time. I therefore wish you 3 days of productive, practical, and informative deliberations. May the outcomes of this dialogue accelerate secular transition across Eastern and Southern Africa. After saying all these words, I'm now happy to declare this 2026 Regional Secular Food Systems Policy Dialogue officially open. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you for your wise words. I think we learned quite a lot, and we promise to present you with the evidence from tomorrow's field visit by 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, as soon as we come back. That is noted. Thank you also for many kind words. I think we really appreciate your wisdom regarding the issue to do with science. Science should not just stay in publications on the shelves. We really need to translate that science to development, and we also need to see that that science transforms human life. So we really appreciate. On another note, I also took note that what we are calling the innovation centers could easily translate into the village business units that are within the government policy. So we are talking the same language, and we hope that we'll marry this as soon as possible as we move forward. I also want to inform the Honorable Minister that amongst us here, we have some farmer representatives, women farmers. I think it's opportune that maybe you can raise your hand so that the Honorable Minister sees that we are inclusive, we have women in the group. So let's give them a big hand. So they are here. Okay, coming back to the program, I think that it's time for the group photo. Are we ready? So let the logistics team lead us to the group photo with the Honorable Minister. I hope, Honorable Minister, you stay as long as possible so that so that you see what we are talking about. You are rushing to. Anyway, thank you so much. I think you really graced the occasion, and we are blessed that you were here. So we will take a group photo, and then we will say goodbye to the Honorable Minister for today, because tomorrow we'll send him and communicate with him about the videos. So let's all leave the room and go to the front of the room where the organizers will take a group photo with the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, including the media people. We really appreciate you spread the word. We are just 100 or so here, but your job is very important because you spread it to thousands, if not millions, just today with technology. Thank you. It's appreciated. Okay.
Boss Jacob.
Yes. Huh? Yes, yes, yes. Welcome back. Thank you for the smiles. I think we can get back to the session. So we've lost a bit of time. We're actually now left with 20 minutes. Yeah, but I am going to ask of you to still a bit of your time, because we're supposed to break for lunch at 12:30. It's now 12:11. So I'm going to ask that we break for lunch at 1:45. Is that okay? All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So for those that were not in the room when we started the session, we are focusing on policy priorities, investment pathways, and regional commitments for micro, small, medium enterprises centered circular food systems. And we received a presentation from Suwilanji before the fun and games. And in the presentation, he left us with a couple of questions that he asked us to ponder. One of the things that he challenged us, or he left us with, was for us to start speaking the CFS investment language. He put up a slide with it was a word bubble. It had all sorts of terms, blended finance, investment, and all sorts of things. But I think he gave us some examples of financial instruments, some that are already working within the countries where we're implementing the CFS project. Some he did mention were implemented by institutions such as the African Development Bank, IFAD, and other partners in different parts of the world. So he spoke about blended finance, he spoke about credit guarantees, he spoke about results-based finance, tailored lending products, and he also spoke about de-risking mechanisms suitable for small ticket sizes and seasonal cash flow. So I tried to write everything furiously down, but he promised that the presentation will be in the folder, which you get when you scan the QR code behind your badges. So you'll get the full presentation there. But I think in speaking about all those sort of financial instruments, he also spoke about policy levers, that need to be in place. He spoke a bit about incentives for local processing and byproduct use. And then he had a slide that had many words that nobody could read, but he promised that there was useful information there. That said, we are now, one other exciting thing is he had a 7-stage pathway for financing of CFS innovations, right? You remember that one? It started off from dark green and it ended up with dark red. And yes, and he was saying that our project is at this stage, but we still have all these other stages to go. So it was a very exciting presentation for those that were here and paying attention. I actually asked myself when I was looking at those 7 stages to say, is it possible to jump from stage 1 to stage 7, or you have to go through all the stages? So that's my question to Suwilanji, to say, because did you call it a linear something? I can't remember, but I wondered if there were ways of skipping stages and getting to the big money, because I think the very first green stage is like small money. But then the last red box is like big monies. Yeah, I think in simple language, that's what it was. That said, I have a panel that is going to unpack for us further and share some ideas of how best can we mobilize investments, how best can we turn the commitments into real sort of funded projects. And I think the minister said something about projects. So there was like convergence. So I will then like to invite to these very beautiful chairs up front here, my speakers for this panel. I have first up Dr. Leah Ndungu from Asia Africa, also known as our mother-in-law, Mama Zala. Welcome. Thank you, Dr. Leah. Then we have Mr. Stephen Chivore. Mr. Stephen Chivore from SMEDCO, Zimbabwe. Mr. Stephen will unpack what SMEDCO stands for. Don't worry, I always have to explain what FANAPAN stands for, so I'm very familiar with acronyms and things. Then next we have Professor Thomas Rewe from Rwani University in Kenya. Prof, karibu. Then last but not least, we have Dr. Ismail Kinongo from the University of Dodoma in Tanzania. Doc, please, you are most welcome. We do have, I think I'll also just invite our speaker who's going to be providing the reflections as well, so that she already comes up front and sits with the panel. Ms. Patience Muriro from the African Union Commission. Welcome, Ms. Patience. Yeah. So these are the experts, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to have a conversation and perhaps a reflection on what we have had so far, what we have seen, what we know, and what we think should be the way things go. Yes? Oh, okay. Can we close the projector? Yeah, I think it's in their faces. So when I received the briefing about being a facilitator for this session, I was told that this has to be a practical, so you have to give practical examples of what should happen. And that, I actually underlined this because it's in my briefing note. It says, press each speaker for specific instruments, institutional responsibility, and realistic timeframes. So you have to make my job easy and just give me these things. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we received the presentation. We also received Dr. Moyo's presentation earlier, although we didn't see it, unfortunately, but we heard the evidence. We have also heard, I think, from, for instance, from Mozambique. We heard about the 60 business plans that were developed. In Tanzania, there was a Dodoma Policy Forum where public commitments were made to establish a national task force and explore guarantee systems for MSME finance. And in Zimbabwe, we are going to see for ourselves, but we have been told that there are over 178 participants that have developed formal MSME business plans through the work that the project has been doing. So with that in mind, I want maybe to just take a round first, each from the four, before I come to Patience, to just maybe from your own point of view to say what are the sort of financial instruments that are most realistic for immediate piloting in the 3 countries where we are working, but also looking at the ecosystem in Africa. So maybe I will start with you, Prof, since you're closest to me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. Yeah, I'll follow the protocol that was laid and appreciate our moderator. It's a very timely question because we are just coming out of the bioeconomy convening in Nairobi by the Trade and Development Bank that were working together with the Nature Finance and Stockholm Environment Institute. And one senior manager from FSD Africa made a quote. And it made me realize that we are blaming the banks so much. But her quote was like this: capital is like water. This is Teresa Reich. Teresa Reich, a senior manager from the FSD Africa. Capital is like water. It follows the less resistant path, and it avoids barriers. And we listened to her, even as banks, we were convening banks to discuss bio-entrepreneur financing, bioeconomy financing. And they were giving us their take, why they are not able to develop instruments towards supporting some of these innovations that are coming out of the food system. And the simple answer, even as I give to my colleagues, is credit valuation. A project manager has said it quite correctly. Seasonal projects, seasonal innovation, seasonal technologies, long term. The banks came with a very formidable defense. They said most of the time their regulators set the interest rate. So the cost of credit is mostly determined by regulation. And then they have also to make profit. They are in business. So in the end, we agreed with them that if they are in business, there are some instruments that cannot apply to some of the businesses we are doing value proposition for. So what was the take? For me, at least. For me, I decided that because of what we are doing in the country as Kenya, we have given the banks a value proposition with one data set, which is the technical efficiency. And I'm very glad the presentation of project manager was very accurate. But we have not told them the whole story. And the whole story is describing the circular food system, framing it in the context of the bioeconomy. And I'll give you a practical example. A cow, a dairy cow, giving 15 liters of milk is valued based on the milk it's producing. Big mistake. Because that's how the bank will credit score a technology around dairy production. But one dairy cow, practically, from what we are doing in Pwani University with our circular bioeconomy projects, is a source of manure. What is manure for? Manure, famously, as an organic fertilizer, but now prominently as feedstock for biodigesters. Anaerobic digestion. We have seen it where a single cow is supporting a household of 8 members with enough cooking power to feed the household every day if that manure management is included in an integrated system where biodigesters are deployed within the circular food system. So my short answer is, for the instrument to work, the banks need evidence beyond food and feed. They need total biomass valuation. And total biomass valuation means there is so much more from the circular food system beyond food and feed. And that total biomass valuation is what we are proposing in Kenya, for example, as the bioeconomy strategy. And Pwani University, through support from the European Union, is leading a project called the National Bioeconomy Education and Policy Strategy Development in Kenya. And we are moving into describing the agricultural sector as it's no longer a food and feed sector, but it is supposed to also influence energy, fibers, biocomposites, and many other areas, which are big industrial areas. And in the end, one of the presenters in the Trade and Development Bank convening of the bioeconomy said, bio-based resources do not have to flow through the Straits of Hormuz. And I was very happy with that statement, because we can now have sovereignty in the process of having resources in a circularity within the African continent. I'll say more later on. Thank you.
All right, no, thank you. So our story is always half. It's not a complete story, and we don't sell the whole thing. We sell half the story. All right, thank you. Next talk.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So maybe before I suggest the instruments, I think it's good to understand, maybe from a financial institution point of view, the challenges that we are facing when we try to fund and also assist MSMEs.
Actually, Mr. Stephen, you owe us a full definition of what SMEDCO is.
Okay, maybe in brief, SMEDCO is SMEDCO, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Corporation. We are a government entity, a parastatal under the Ministry of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises. And our mandate is to support the establishment and growth of SMEs in the country through three main pillars, that is financial assistance, capacity building, and infrastructure provision. So maybe to then go back to your initial question. So we have challenges that we face when we are dealing with SMEs. And one of the challenges is the issue of collateral. And the second challenge is the issue of informality. And the other challenge is the lack of records or previous history. So if we look at those three challenges, of course there are other challenges that are there. We then need to then say what is the perfect instrument that we can then use in light of the challenges that we see in MSMEs. So for a start, I would then suggest that I think the previous speaker, I think before he mentioned about blended finance. I think it's one of the immediate instruments that we can apply, which includes, of course, a participation of the financial institutions and also introduction of grants. Because when we give grants, we sort of create a history that is usually needed by financial institutions when they are assessing the credit risk or doing their credit evaluations. Then again, the other issue is the issue of collateral. How do we go about, because most financial institutions, they require collateral when they are giving loans as a fallback position. But then how do we get around that issue? So from a practical point of view, as MEDCO, we have also partnered with institutions like there is ECGC, Export Credit Guarantee Corporation. They come in as guarantors. They provide a sort of insurance. You come, you don't have collateral. They come in as your guarantor and provide collateral. So those are some of the issues or the instruments that we can apply, and a partnership that we can also explore so that we deal with the problems and the elephants in the room. And also there is the issue of seasonality. When we are dealing with the agricultural projects, there is the issue of their repayment, their cash flows, they are seasonal. They don't get income monthly. Some is maybe after 3 months, some is after 2 months. So when we look at that, most financial institutions, they use that principle. I think those who did finance, the term value of money. They want to get their money as early as possible. They can't wait for 6 months or 3 months without getting their money back. So we need also to look at that and say, what kind of asset, what kind of instrument can we then use and help MSMEs? And also the issue of, maybe to go back to the issue of collateral, you find out that what we have also done as an institution, we have also said, no, why can't we then introduce what we call asset financing? Okay. Where we then buy an asset for you, and then we use that asset as collateral, other than you bringing maybe your own asset or your own property as collateral. So we need to look at the challenges that these MSMEs are facing, and then try to come up with an appropriate, because if we use the traditional way of lending, most of MSMEs, they don't qualify and they will not be eligible to that. And also what I will also maybe encourage as financial institutions to say, usually what we do is we create products from the office and then go to the MSMEs with the product. But it should be the other way around, where we come with the product from the MSMEs themselves, then we create a product from them that speaks directly to what they need, and also how they operate. I think that's all I can say for now.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm from Tanzania, as has been introduced. Now, concerning on financial tools of finance that can be applied to practitioners of circular food system. I'm thinking this from finance perspective. Suilanja has presented different modes which can be applied in financing these projects, but it is kind of evolutionary, starting from grants and then moving to branded financing, which is kind of combination of grant and commercial loans, but lastly to the commercial loans. And right now it's like we are moving from grants to branded financing, but with objective of going through to the commercial. Now, speaking of commercial loans, these are issued mostly by business institutions, mostly financial institutions such as banks and microfinance. So I'll speak from the perspective of Tanzania. Now, these loans, which are more commercial, the issuer would be so much interested in profit. Now, the profit, as some of the speakers has pointed out, they want so quick money to be repaid, at least if not in weekly basis, then it should be on monthly basis, which really doesn't align or match with the requirements of farmers, especially SMMEs who are practicing on circular food system. So there is a need to find a mechanism where they can meet in between. That farmers need more time to make repayments, but banks need a quick time for their returns. So now this is where intervention is needed. So banks would be so much interested to find a way to reduce their risk in giving loans. So in Tanzania, we have two mechanisms which risk has been reduced. One is to provide the guarantee that the loans issued will be repaid. Now, who is providing the guarantee? Then it should be government. So in Tanzania, the Central Bank of Tanzania, the Bank of Tanzania, is providing what we call credit guarantee schemes, even to the small-scale farmers who are more suitable to process secular food system. And so they are ensuring the banks that the loans that you are issuing to the farmers will be repaid. But the second is we have National Economic Empowerment Council. It's a very, very important body that provides economic empowerment to small-scale farmers and small-scale entrepreneurs. And you see most of this, the one who is going to deal with secular food system, if not already been dealing with. So National Economic Empowerment Council provide a great guarantee on credit, and so they ensure the microfinance institutional financial institutions to provide the loans to the practitioners with the assurance that their loans will be recovered. But another thing is concerning the risky. There is so much risky in farming, like any other farming, secular food system also included. So most of financial institutions will be try to get away from giving loans to farmers. And so the central bank has come with a regulation. This is kind of guidelines called Guidelines on Climate-Related Financial Risk Management and Disclosure. They are tasking banks and financial institutions first to identify the inherent risk related to climate change that is concerned with agriculture. And since secular food system is agriculture mostly, or combination of most sectors, then they are recognized as risky, but they provide risk management and mitigation in the process so that through BOT regulations and guidelines, the central bank regulations guidelines, then other financial institutions can be able and ready to provide loans to the farmers who practice secular food system. So I think it's possible from evidence of Tanzania that farmers, especially small-scale farmers and medium, can get loans by the tools that has been developed by Economic Empowerment Council and by the tools that has been developed by Central Bank of Tanzania and by the guarantee and risk management measures that are in place. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Do you want to, or I give you until, okay. All right, because I want to come back to my speakers. They shared some very exciting examples and of innovation. I want to maybe come back to Mr. Stephen. The example that you gave of asset financing, I think that's what you spoke about, where you buy the asset for the farmers. Can you maybe tell us a little bit more? Do the farmers eventually own the asset, or the asset remains yours? And what happens to maintenance? Are they responsible for maintenance? Are you responsible for maintenance? What's the arrangement?
Okay, thank you. So eventually, the farmer will own the asset.
Okay.
So what we have done is we've also partnered with suppliers, reputable suppliers in the country. We have, for example, we have FAMEC. They are into agricultural equipment. We also have the Belarus tractors. We also have the Sonalika. So what we have done is we have partnered with those organization suppliers. So what will happen is after the lapse of the tenure, the farmer will eventually get the asset. So what we have also done is we have also, as part of the condition, the servicing will be done from the supplier. Then also we have also added the issue of insurance.
Okay.
To say in the event that maybe something happens to the asset, then it is insured. Okay. And the cost of servicing and also the cost of insurance, it's embedded in the repayments. Okay. So it's like it's spread over the tenure of the asset. So it's only that it will be under SMEDCO for the period of the loan, but after the lapse of the tenure, it eventually becomes an asset for the farmer.
Okay. All right. And have you had this running for some time? Have you had incidents of farmers not being able to pay back at all? And how do you handle situations like that?
So, unfortunately, we recently introduced, I think we are now 7-8 months
Okay.
into the product. And so far, we haven't encountered any challenge.
Okay.
But then I think if we then encounter, I think the first the remedy would then be the repossessing of the asset.
Okay.
Yes. But then in the financial sector, I think there are other remedies that are there. I think if we then look at financial institutions, what they do if you fail to pay a loan and so forth. So those are some of the remedies that are there.
Okay. But I feel like SMEDCO is like not like financial, like it's not like the bank that they'll just come and take your car, right? But the way you are designed, you're supposed to be like helping develop, because you have capacity building. You do have financing, but you have capacity building and you've got other elements. Anyway, let me not monopolize the discussion. I want to maybe, before I come to Prof here, because I also have a question for him, but maybe let me open it up to the floor to find out if are there any questions from the floor? Okay, there's a question there. I need somebody to help me to rove the mic. Any other questions? I can take 2 more, and then we go back to the panel. All right. Okay, those are the 2 questions. Thank you. Go ahead, Andrew.
Thank you to the panelists. I often find myself saying that I'm not an economist, but. So the question here is that I think from my perspective, the elephant in the room is the fact that farmers often fail to pay back their loans. And we all talk about all the stuff in the sky, but we don't talk about the real issues. And the real issues is that interest rates are high because our farmers often default on their payments. And how do we fix that? Because from my point of view, if we fix that basic root cause of why we're struggling with financing, then we will achieve a lot more. But we don't seem to acknowledge it or recognize it, or we don't want to talk about it. I would love to hear the panelists' remarks on my elephant in the room question. Thank
All
you,
right.
Jimmy.
Thank you. Just pass the mic behind you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that Andy asked that question because I just wanted to talk about it as well. I am Ngobizita Dube. I am from the Infrastructure and Development Bank of Zimbabwe. And this is something that we've been grappling about. So I just wanted to highlight specific dimensions which are very critical based what the panelists have said and also what Andy has asked about. It is true that there is a high rate of default. And when we are financial institutions, the major aspects that we look at when we are dealing with financing anyone is the lending infrastructure that we have. That is the many places where you can get the loan and the people who are going to do the M&E, making sure that things are moving. That is costly. Zimbabwe is in a space where we don't have many lines of credit, and we have a dual monetary system, the US dollar and the local currency, meaning that lines of credit are not easily available, so we may not necessarily have the money to lend. So lines of credit come at an expensive rate in most cases, unless if we get impact financing, which most banks have to start looking for. That is those funds that come from the likes of the GCF, the Adaptation Fund, philanthropies and so on, that come at concessional interest rates that would not come as funds from the private sector, which would be very expensive. Also, the farmer is risky. The farmer has got a history of defaulting. The farmer may not have the necessary skills and so on and so on. And it becomes necessary, therefore, to have particular methodologies that would allow us as financial institutions to remove or reduce the risk, or we may not reduce the risk, but to perceive the risk as lower. Also, to be in a situation where we can provide loans at lower interest rates and long tenures. So what is it that generally should be done? We should be able to de-risk the farmer, first of all, through specific training and capacity building that would move the banker to a level of peace that at least this person knows what they're doing from an entrepreneurial perspective, from a production perspective. So this means extensive record keeping to show that this is a farmer who has been working, who has been doing this, who has been doing that. Number two, we need to be able to have a clear M&A system that we can trust and make sure that the money is going to come back. We're going to verify this, we're going to do that, we're going to do that. We should also be very, very clear on exactly what sort of instruments are coming through. The guarantee is not for the farmer, I must say. The guarantee is for the farmer's ability to produce. We don't want to use the guarantee. We call upon it when there is failure. So we should have almost a level where we say we don't expect to use this guarantee because we have trained this farmer. We're going to be monitoring this farmer. We have given them necessary skills in entrepreneurship, and we think they are going to do well, but still we're going to add a guarantee. So now if we have such mechanisms, we are now in a position to say financial institutions, organization A has done this, organization B has done this, organization C has done this. So we think our farmer is now credit worthy. We even have records of their production, their credit score, and we've got financing from the GCF, which we want to move through your system. Therefore, can we have a one-digit interest rate that is got a time period of 10 years and a holiday period of 2 years before the farmer has to pay? But in most cases, we just have farmers coming in, and most of these things have not yet been put in place. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I think asking a question, but also giving some pointers of what needs to happen. We have one last hand there. So let me already apologize because the time I had committed to finish by has already passed. But I think the conversation needs to go on. So you will have to eat your lunch like twice as fast as you are used to eating your lunch. I apologize. Please go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam. Mine, I have just a small one, and it will go direct to the speaker from Tanzania. Yes, through my experience, we have a lot of good document in our countries. But when we're looking on those who directed to be benefited with those, can you listen it?
Yes.
So when we are looking, if we are looking the mechanism, we don't have even a mechanism to assess whether really farmers they are benefited with those guidelines. For instance, from the previous speaker spoken about those regulations and the guidelines provided for financial institutions. We have a mechanism to assess whether the farmers they are really benefited with those guidelines or not, because we can have a very good directives from the central bank, but those financial institutions they will not follow up anything when they are going to provide those loans to the farmers. They are there to stay, but there is no any impact to those who are looking for the loan. So if you can have if you can share with us any impact through those farmers who benefited with those guidelines. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So that one is a direct question to Tanzania. So let me give you time to chew on that. Because this question was last. Let's start with the other two first. Maybe we can start with Prof. You can address Andre's question and then my visitor's question as well, and then pass on the mic.
Yeah, thank you, Andre, and my good banker. The banker didn't get your name. Before I give the financial guy, I just want to give an example of Kenya, one of true experience with CFS. To credit score a single farmer and even to expect the single farmer to use their economies of scale as a single farmer to pay a loan. I think if it's not a scaled farmer, like a large scale, medium scale, then we are stretching too far. So what we did in the East African Dairy Development Project, for example, using it as a case study, is knowledge management institutions, the universities like us, and banks, like the Family Bank, which is focused also on green financing, and research institutions like International Livestock Research, together with of course, Gates Foundation. It came together and thought of a process. How do we make the single farmer who is not bankable, bankable? And the path was through cooperatives, but not as a cooperative. The through cooperative was, it's a very common way of bringing farmers together to aggregate. But the issue was cooperatives in Kenya, because of the cooperative law, had a big problem because money was being pulverized. So how do you protect aggregation? Then the silver bullet was to create a company, a limited company, owned by the cooperative. It was a very interesting model. So when the limited company was created by the cooperative around the dairy business, with smallholder farmers with 2 cows, 1 cow, and the minimum number for a cooperative was 2,000 farmers. 2,000, having little liters of milk, but aggregating. So the bank's intervention was to facilitate the aggregation. How do you facilitate the aggregation? Chilling plants. So who is going to be given the chilling plant? Not the farmer, but the company the farmer has created as a group. And that company, called the chilling plant, got the grant, and it's a loan for the chilling plant. And the farmers now own their company, and they're bringing the milk to the chilling plant. And the chilling plants became so successful, but by the time the project is ending and the concession fund is ending, the profitability from the chilling plant, because we are solving a value chain problem. Milk is perishable, and the farmers were losing in terms of pricing. But now a chilling plant was a silver bullet also on protecting their price. And the big processors had one big advantage. They didn't have to go around with vehicles collecting milk from all these dispersed farmers. So going to the chilling plant was also a win-win for the processor. And then the milk price went up. The processor is happy, he doesn't have to spend so much fuel going all over the place. And now the centralized funding of the chilling plant became a possible sale as a credit-worthy business for banking, for the banks. And that model somehow rescued that smallholder farmer who is, in the eyes of a banker, is not bankable, into a business person, because now they own a business that is bankable. I just wanted to give that example.
Okay, thank you for giving that example. And unfortunately, that example has taken time for us. So my other colleagues that also had questions pending, I might not have enough time for you. So quickly, 2 minutes, 1 minute, quickly, please.
Chairperson, I'm not sure if 1 minute or 2 minutes, but we'll try to stick with the speed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, I want to point something on what Dube has presented before I go to answer the specific Tanzanian questions. The questions of guarantee, of which my first presentation I spoke pretty much more about guarantee, because this is what's been issued by the government through Central Bank of Tanzania and National Economic Empowerment Council. The essence of guarantee is a security. It's just as you take a loan and you place your house as a security or your car as security, then guarantee is a security. Guarantee doesn't pay loan. And actually, that's not the purpose of it. But guarantee is there as a follow-up position that when the bank or financial institution give you a loan, and for some reasons you are not able to pay back the loan, then the last resort, the very last means, is to sell the security that you have issued to recover the loan. So guarantee comes at the very last resort to recover the loan. And so what does guarantee do is to reduce the risky just in case a customer or the borrower failed to repay the loans. So really, it's very important because farmers are more riskier. One of the riskier businesses farming because of the nature of how many African farmers are conducting their business. So there should be a mechanism to provide the security. And this is also very important because many farmers do not have the security other than the guarantee to give. They do not have the title to own the land because most of the African countries do not provide the title deed to the rural areas, and especially to the small farmers who own small plots of land. So when the government step in and provide the guarantee, it is to reduce the risk, which respond to the questions of Andre.
You might have to sit with Andre over lunch to respond
Yeah,
to this question.
okay.
Yeah, because I am left literally with 5 minutes, and
Yeah.
I've got 2 other speakers that have not said
So coming
anything.
to Tanzania, central bank, like any other central bank of the country, is to issue guidelines and regulations and policies so that other financial institutions have to follow, because central bank is the regulator of all financial institutions in any country. So when they issue the regulations, they have a mechanism to enforce. So every financial institution have to comply with the regulations. So if they don't comply, there are means to enforce, including the penalizations of the financial institutions which doesn't comply. So I want to assure the questions and the listeners that really the guidelines that has been issued in Tanzania are being followed. And the evidence of this is the increase of amount of loans that is going specifically to the agricultural sector. So because of the sake of time, let me end here.
But I think you might have to talk to the gentleman that asked the question. I suspect he's also Tanzanian, and he was questioning whether that is happening. So you might have to talk to him to get your story straight. Mr. Stephen, can I ask you to maybe have a conversation with the visitor afterwards? Or you want to quickly?
It's okay. I think I will have a conversation with him. But then what I wanted maybe to highlight is usually we encounter a situation where a person comes, then the first thing that he or she offers is the collateral to say, you guys should give me money. I have a house and it is title deeds. But then our response will then be, collateral should be the last. What we want to fund is the project.
The idea.
So we look at the viability of the project, not the collateral. Even if we have a very nice house, a mansion, as long as the project is not viable,
You won't fund it.
then we won't fund.
Okay.
So I think I just thought I should highlight that.
All right, thank you. All right, so to the 2 flowers that are on this panel, and my apologies for having you speak so late and also not having enough time. But I think you have been listening to the conversation. And I think maybe Dr. Leah, for instance, if you can reflect from a sort of development partner view, are you ready to support all this that we are hearing about? What is it that you need to see in place for you to be also able to commit and support? And then maybe from the African Union, in the context of the new CAADP agenda and everything that's going on, are these conversations the right conversation to be having? And how can we get support from a sort of continental mother body to be able to drive some of these changes that we want to see? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Tembi, and I appreciate my colleagues here who have spoken before us. So first of all, I think to just say that at ASEA, we acknowledge and appreciate the loads and lots of work that has gone into the circular food systems work, and more importantly, the partnerships that have been developed, not just with the research organizations from Australia and here in Africa, but also the national partners that have been engaged very, very deeply, bringing in the perspective of their countries, from Zimbabwe, from Tanzania, from Mozambique, that partnership. Moving on to the question that you're asking, of course, currently we at ASEA, we have commissioned an external review of the circular food systems project, and the reviewers, the external reviewers, are actually here in the room, and they will continue to interact with people across the board throughout the week as we go through this dialogue and as we have conversations around what has been done within the project. So ACI uses this approach of external review at the end of every one of our projects. And the reviewers then come back and advise us on part of what we can do moving forward. But I also wanted to say that circularity, the issue of circularity is not new and has been going on, the work has been going on for many years. And ACI is kind of like an entrant into the topic. And so we are just a recent funder into this space. And so we'll continue to just engage and hear and see what is the way forward. But we'd also want to see, as part of the work that has been done by the project team members, we would want to see outputs of the project turned into outcomes. That is so important to us, to have evidence that is strongly showing the involvement of private sector as well as the government partners across the different countries. We like to see a maturing of the research need so that then we know what is the way forward. So again, a clear exit strategy from the research partners to have that to be demonstrated as a very important part of the work. But my last point is that we really would want to see a local partner demand, driven by the local countries. We are always working as ACI in alignment with the partner countries, ensuring then that we are responding to their demands, we are responding to the challenges that they demonstrate they have, as well as the opportunities for research and where ACI can make a difference. Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to say that demand is quite important from the countries. Thank you
so much.
Yeah.
All right, let's come to you, not last but not least, Ms. Patience.
Thank you so much. So from the African Union, coming from a continental perspective, these discussions are really necessary and fruitful, and a lot is also happening at continental level in terms of boosting investment and financing in agri-food systems. African Union is ready to support, and a lot of workshops, peer learning events are already happening where farmers are also bringing their challenges. The financing institutions are also bringing their own perspectives, but you can find that mostly we need data. Smallholder farmers need information. We also need evidence to bring to the farmers, and they should know how they can go about to get all these finances. So this is what we have from the African Union, coming from the CAADP, the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Program. So we also have some targets that by 2035 we should reach certain targets in terms of investment for smallholder farmers continentally.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me thank my panel. I am really sorry that we had to cut this short, but I think it was a very exciting conversation. And I am going to ask the panelists to not all sit together, but to spread yourself over lunch so that some participants can sit with you and ask the questions that they may have been dying to ask, but because of time, we could not give it to them. But thank you so much. Please just stand for the picture. I've been told that you just stand for the picture. The lunch arrangements, Gertrude is at the door with the lunch tickets. So as you go out for lunch, please grab a ticket so that you're able to have your lunch. Thank you. I think I should also. Nah, it's okay.
are coming back at 2 o'clock. So we'll have an hour lunch, and those following us online, we are coming back at 2 o'clock. 14 hours, GMT plus 2. Thank you.
Please. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any cat herders out in the front to make sure that people get in? We are getting very close to 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, which is the time for starting the next session. What's that? I have another trick. Okay, ladies, everybody in? I would like to welcome you to this session this afternoon on technological and governance innovations for CFS implementation. My name is Henning Bjørnlund. I'm from the Australian National University, and I've had the distinct honor and pleasure of being part of both the TISA project and the CFS project over the last 13 years, and have had the opportunity to observe how team members and communities have developed over these 13 years, and that has been a phenomenal privilege. If there's anything that are coming clear through the 13 years of TISA and CFS work, it is that neither technology nor institutions in their own right are going to solve any problems. We definitely need both technological and governance innovations to really move things forward. So hence, I think this session is very, very timely. And in the interest of time, we have one more speaker than anticipated. So we are a little bit tight for time, so I would like us to get on with it right away. I will first introduce the lead speaker, and then we will later on call the 5 panelists and the commentator to come up here. So please prepare the speakers and the commentator to be ready. So when the presentation is finished, you can quickly all of us move up here, and I will introduce you individually. So I would first like to welcome Professor Moses Asong to give the lead presentation on technological governance mechanism for enabling circular farming systems. Please welcome Dr. Moses.
Thanks, Henning. That surname there is quite short, but very, very difficult to pronounce. So I'm from the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in South Africa, where I'm a chief scientist, and I head a group called Precision Agriculture. I'm a remote sensing scientist. You know, I play with satellite data like a potter would play with clay, and governance issues. You know, that's not my area, but I think I've had quite some experience interacting with actors and stakeholders along the agri value chain, and my talk is going to see it as my experience over the years on these issues. And I want to thank the Secular Food System Consortium partners for giving me the opportunity to come and share this experience with this August assembly. So thank you very much. And if I pass out on stage here because I'm nervous, you can call the Minister of External Relations of Zimbabwe, who was my classmate in Holland, Professor Amon Muira. I think he will come to my rescue as soon as you call him. So the topic, as Henning already introduced, technological governance mechanism for enabling circular farming systems. And yeah, the problem has been quite eloquently articulated this morning. The challenges that we face, I'd just like to call it a problem. We kind of want to romanticize things by saying challenges, but let us really state it as the problems that we face and what circular food systems are. I think I would brush over that because we all have heard, even from the minister this morning, why governance matters. And then how technology enables governance, where I come in very, very strong. And the challenges we face with technology and how we promote the adoption and why the adoption rates are still very, very low in this part of the world. So again, when we changed our group at the CSIR, we were called the Earth Observation Group up till 2019. And we decided to change the name of the group to Precision Agriculture and to refocus on food systems. It was a call from the government that there's rising costs and really scarcity of inputs. This part of the world is semi-arid to arid. Water is a limiting factor to food production in the region. And the region faces energy challenges. In South Africa, we had years of load shedding, and energy is a real problem. So we call upon to help address these issues. There's a need to produce more with less. I mean, the story is told of 60% of the world's arable, uncultivated arable land is on the continent of Africa. But if you go into detail, if you look at the map, you would see that most of these areas are in the parks, the rich volcanic soils in the Ngoma region, in the Congo, in the highlands of Cameroon, all very rich in biodiversity. Would we want to encroach into this rich biodiversity areas to cultivate food? We've got so we've got to try to produce more on the existing farming landscapes. Okay, climate, again, the story of climate, I wouldn't repeat that. Global waste, the statistics show that about 1/3 of all food produced is lost or wasted each year. And when it comes to water, South Africa loses about 30 to 40% of water due to bad management or poor management in the agri sector. So a lot of water is being lost. And when it comes to policy, we are under pressure to increase our levels of accountability and new regulations coming from our partners in Europe. For example, the EU regulation on deforestation. They won't import anything again from the continent cultivated on land that has been degraded. That is enormous pressure on us, and our farmers need to adapt to these systems. And so we have to ensure that we produce on our existing lands, and the current linear systems of production will continue to degrade our soils in particular. And we need to really consider circular agriculture or food systems, how to produce in a circular way. It's very, very important. It's not a matter we should treat trivially. We need to really take this because the soils on the continent are quite delicate, and we need to sustain our soils. And why is governance then central? I think our moderator already indicated that technology without appropriate governance instruments in place. The screen there is quite poor. It's not workable. It's not feasible. So when it comes to governance, dimensions, you have regulatory instruments or policies. A few years ago, we did a project in South Africa on verifying water use license for a whole province of KwaZulu-Natal. We had to use remote sensing to map every farm in that province and generated information on water use based on hydrological models and integrating remote sensing data in that process. And 2 farmers came up and contested the information, and when they were challenged to the legal process, they had to drop their case. And so, because water is very important. I mean, subsidies on the economic front, subsidies, green finance, carbon credit, circular economy incentives, are these things that the government and other institutions should consider. On the institutional side, how do we encourage stakeholder coordination, private-public partnership, cooperative systems? It was mentioned this morning. How do we continue to incentivize these institutions? And data. Just last week, we had a meeting with the Department of Agriculture in South Africa, and the head of the IT sector was in the meeting. And she did not miss her words when she told us that she will not accept any system that is built on Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, or foreign cloud computing platforms, because the issue of data sovereignty is very important to the government of South Africa. This is a serious challenge to us here on the continent, because we don't have these data centers. We don't have these cloud computing platforms. So how do you deal with that? And AI has come upon us. It's like an avalanche, and we are struggling to understand it and how to deal with it. Do we have the mechanisms and policies in place to guard the continent against the abusive use of AI, if one may put it that way? Cybersecurity is a challenge. Data inclusion. Are there policies, are there instruments in place to protect our farming systems and encourage secular agriculture, given this new world era that we live in? So let me come to my strong point, the technological enablers of secular food systems. I'm a remote sensing scientist, and this is my proposition. Digital technologies provide a clear pathway towards resilience, climate-smart, and secular farming systems in the region, southern and eastern African region, and I dare say on the continent. However, the challenge lies in overcoming governance, technical and operational barriers to translate this potential into widespread leapfrogging. This second statement comes from one of my PhD students. And that's what she's concluding. Now, we set out in 2019 to see how we could develop an adaptable decision information system for the region. And we have taken it to really an advanced level. It is now in use. It's called the Precision Agriculture Information System. It supports weekly generation of information from satellite imagery from the European Space Agency. And so we provide information on soil and crop condition. And we believe this can really help monitor resource stocks, your water, nutrient, biomass development. We can pick up potato diseases and fall armyworm infestation in maize as soon as it starts to affect the physiology and structure of the crop. And this is the initial results or feedback coming from the users is quite encouraging. And we believe this will really contribute to transforming our food systems. And maybe after this afternoon, if anybody will want to come and have an interaction with the system, I'm seated right there. We can help you. I already zoomed into the farm of my nearest neighbor there, and he could see the pH of his farm, which is quite acidic there in Tanzania, and the organic content and all of that. So our system provides information on the soil, organic content, nitrogen, pH, clay content, moisture content. And it's more or less quite accurate for this region, and we've tested it even in other parts of the world, like in the Netherlands. And we can predict a yield. I did predict the yield for Zimbabwe for quite a good number of areas, just playing with the data 2 years ago when we had a drought situation. And we have other systems, this one called the South African System for Agricultural Modernization. This is really geared towards small-scale farmers who can just use their phone. You indicate the location of your farm, and you have a return on the kind of soils and the climatic conditions you have in the region, and the crop the kind of crops you can grow in the area. And all of this really fits into the circular economy sort of process. So nutrient cycling, water use, reuse and efficiency, biomass, residue utilization, and so forth. And we believe that these digital technologies will help our emerging farmers and existing farmers leapfrog a number of traditional technologies and start to produce in more efficient ways. And now, what about the adoption rates? The adoption rates are still very low. And this slide really represents our experience in the field, discussing with private and public stakeholders. We believe and we've seen that the systems are fragmented and we have weak institutional coordination. In South Africa, the departments don't even really talk together to implement useful policies for the country. Absence of clear implementable national digital agricultural strategy is lacking. Regulatory gaps, data governance, IoT systems, the use of drones. We bought a drone in 2019. It took us 3 years to have the license to fly that drone. And by the time we started flying the drones, the batteries were out of the market. And so forth. Socioeconomic exclusion and digital divide. AI, all of this, everything happening at the same time. Our farmers in the rural areas, can they catch up with this? They can't keep abreast with all of those things. And, context technology mismatch. Your AI is being trained by data from elsewhere. It's not speaking to the local realities. Infrastructure, connectivity gaps, and so forth, unsustainable donor-driven business models, failure to scale beyond pilot projects, I think that was mentioned this morning. And the conclusion there is the challenge is not the availability of digital technologies. I must say the satellite data are all there, very free. We have developed systems that add value to this data. The problem now is the absence of integrated, inclusive, and scalable socio-technical systems to support their adoptions. In conclusion, circular farming systems require more than innovation. They require intelligent governance capable of aligning technology, society, and ecology.
Also, as you said, adoption is an issue and governance is an issue. So while I'm introducing the next session, can I please ask the speakers and the policy commentators to come up here now so I can introduce them in a moment. So the next session, we will have 5 speakers who are each giving 9 minutes strictly to present a view from a different perspective on the issue of technology and governance. And there's apparently no speakers. So so there will be about 9 minutes for each, and I have just had Van der Pan knocking the whip at me, and I had to finish by 3:30. So everybody please make a real effort at staying on time, so we have ample of time after the presentations for having a discussion and a debate with the audience to come up with a list of really most critical technological and governance issues to be resolved. Okay, I have 2 empty chairs. I was told all the speakers should be here. Sorry? Somebody will enjoy online? Yeah, there are 2. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if one is online, that should be 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I will start by introducing the speakers, and then the person that is not here might remember that they are here. Okay, so I would like to start by giving, since we are in Zimbabwe, so the Zimbabwean government should be given the first opportunity to make a contribution, and the first speaker is Yeah, so the director for the Ministry of Water in Zimbabwe, Dr. Basil Chitongo, will be the first speaker. And after that, I would like to give the word to the private sector, which should be a Knowledge Temple. Is Knowledge Temple here? So that's a missing person. The next speaker would be Artu Kompa from Hardy University, over there. And the next one will be Dr. Simbo Sibande from the ARC South Africa, here. The next one, Dr. Lerato Bame Chasalanga from also ARC. I think she's online. That's the one online, thank you very much. And the person providing the policy reflections is Mr. Kulak Vashe Varateba. Is that person here? That's you? Yeah, I think I still missed one, but that's okay. Okay, so I would first like to ask Dr. Basil to give your reflections on behalf of from the perspective of the Zimbabwean government.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I had to try to pronounce your name.
It's always difficult being the first to present.
You are the boss.
But being the host, I will make a good attempt to open the floor. So I will start with an observation. I come from irrigation practice, having spent more than 2 decades in irrigation development, seeing irrigation systems being designed, constructed, operated, being handed over to farmers for the, continued, operation and maintenance. And what I've learned is that engineers, when they are designing systems, they use a prescriptive approach where they block land into, the scheme is divided into several blocks, and then they come up with a simulation of how best they can distribute water on a prescriptive side of approach. And in doing so, they also go on to come up with a model of cycles that farmers can ordinarily use on the field to manage, the distribution and sharing of water. But what that does is that the farmers, as they are handed over and they are on their own, it sticks in their heads that if their cycle starts on a Monday, if their duty is on a Monday for their block, every Monday they are in the field to irrigate. The other block is on a Tuesday, the other block is on a Wednesday, the other block is on a Thursday, and the cycle goes on according to what irrigation engineers call, irrigation cycles. But that is done without paying due attention to the plot level dynamics around soil moisture and water soil moisture and nutrient on the plot level. And this has been a challenge that has been evident when you look at schemes that have operated for more than 4 or 5 years. There are emerging issues around drainage, loss of land, and so forth, which then start to creep in as farmers are continuously using their systems due to mostly over-irrigation or under-irrigation, leaching, and so forth, amongst other issues. But then, there are technologies that are on the market in the context of addressing the challenges that have been imposed on us due to climate change and so forth, where we are looking at technologies that would assist farmers to align with precision farming, precision agriculture, so that they can use data to make decisions, especially around when and how they can irrigate. And most of the tools that are available on the market, most of them have a bias towards the commercial kind of setting, the high-end kind of farmer. And that leaves the smallholder farmers at the mercy of lack of ideal kind of set of technologies. And that gap has been closed by the invention that came in as a result of what is loosely known as the Virtual Irrigation Academy tools, that is the chameleon sensors and the waiting front, detectors. And what I've also noted is that these tools do exist. They've been tested on various settings across the region, but what is lacking is that in the triangle where we have government on one end, industry on the other end, and farmers on the other end, government has lagged behind, or governance has lagged behind in terms of aligning with what's happening in terms of technology, adoption and the technologies that are being churned out on the market due to, the age of inventions. And that lag has caused the uptaking or the upscaling of such technologies to be seriously compromised, irrespective of the reality that the issues around poverty concerns, food security, and livelihoods have remained topical in every conversation that measures on climate change, adaptation, resilience building, and sustainable agriculture. And it's actually something that is really worrying from where I sit. And I'm going to suggest a few points if I still have the time, Mr. Chairman. And one of the points is that there are reforms that are needed in terms of water allocation rules. What you find out that the prescriptive approach gives farmers a situation whereby when they are interacting with the water authorities, they are given water based on the area that they are going to be irrigating. So the irrigation scheme, if it's 20 hectares, they go and secure water for 20 hectares. Whether they use the water or not, they still get a bill for the 20 hectares that they would have said they want to irrigate. So there is no incentive for saving of water. But yet, the end that these tools, the soil moisture monitoring and the watering fund treaters are coming up with, they're actually promoting conservation of water. But then on the field, there is no incentive. So governments need to adapt and ensure that it continues to incentivize conservation. And then there is need for simplicity, because when you look at the tools that are on the market, for example, the tensiometers and so forth, the complexity around the calibration and the need to collect data and the interpretation demands that farmers need to have a higher level of sophistication. But yet when you look at what is being introduced through the VIA tools, it's simplicity, both in terms of soil moisture monitoring and also nutrient monitoring. Just depends on the level that you want to play with, but you are simply dealing with colors that are, able to make you make a decision as a farmer at the local level. And then there's the issue of the innovation platforms that I wanted to talk to, that the innovation platforms simply need to be given a mandate. I'm afraid that Mr. Chair is giving me a signal that I'm running out of time, but I thought I would just complete on the innovation platform, because it is very important that innovation platforms be given a jurisdiction, because they are actually existing informally. They are there in as far as there's project funding, there's an ongoing project that is running. So what I was going to suggest is that central governments need to create a parallel kind of budget that kicks in as soon as there's a new project being signed up, so that there is an ongoing funding system within central government to support convening of meetings, convening of innovation platforms, so that the gains from what development partners and donors are trying to assist communities to embrace are not lost as soon as a project tenure expires. Yeah, I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Basil. A number of very, very important points there that we will get back to, I hope, in the discussion. I'm just very happy Sturzaker is not here. You call his tools simple. They are highly complicated. They are simple to use. He has been hammering that thing into our head for 10 years. Anyway, I would like to make one more call for Knowledge Temple. She should present the private industry side of things. And I'm kind of very disappointed that he's not here, because we have previously today heard again and again about the need for appropriate technology. So I would say scale appropriate, locally appropriate, and also cost efficient tools. So my question to Knowledge, who is not here, would be how the private industry can contribute with the farmers to ensure that the technologies that are getting into farmers' hands are scale appropriate and are cost effective. Because if they are neither, they are not going to be adopted. That's one of the clear learnings from TISA. And any technology, soft or hard, that are clear, intuitive, and immediate impact will be adopted. And if they don't, they won't. So I made the spiel on his behind. So we will now turn to the next speaker, who is Dr. Atube Komba from Adi University, and she will give a bit of the perspective from the CFS project in Tanzania. Welcome to Atube. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So I will begin with something that we have observed in Tanzania, which captures the essence of this discussion. At one of our CFS sites, a farmer named Hussein was struggling with same challenges faced by many smallholder farmers across semi-arid landscapes. Farmers and livestock keepers were competing over limited resources, that's water, that's area to farm or to graze, as well as labor, that is being an input in their activities. So these trade-offs have been creating tension and inefficiency, both in the resource use as well as productivity. So through the CFS project, we introduced AAP as our way of, as a mechanism of bringing together actors who would sit down and co-design the interventions that were answering the challenges that these communities were facing. So for Hussein, through the AIPs, we were able to use chameleon technologies and improved crop varieties, and as well as integration of leguminous crops such as cowpeas and mukuna beans, which now helped him as a smallholder farmer to move from subsistence farming into income-generating farming. So using these technologies, he was able to now use water more efficiently to improve soil fertility as well as reducing unnecessary losses. This helped him to improve his productivity just as at household level. So through the AIPs, these kind of efforts were scaled up, not just in the farm, but we also observe similar changes in the rain-fed ecosystems, where now we are seeing that the farmers moved from just leaving the crop residues in the farms, rather now selling those residues to the livestock keepers, or trading between them and the livestock keepers by allowing the livestock keepers to put in their farms the cattle, and then in turn the the crop residue that was being burnt, it's now considered as an important resources. So all these interventions, we lent them through the AIPs. So we also saw that there are some crop farmers who now invested in livestock keeping themselves. So this, through the AIP technologies, we're able now to have a discussion that migrated us from a lot of tension that was happening within our CFS sites between the livestock keepers and the farmers. Now through the discussions and interventions, we saw the circularity. So how do we now move forward with all these technologies of interventions that have been put in place? It's clear that technology alone is not enough, as it has been highlighted before. We now need to look into governance conditions that will help to sustain the CFS interventions beyond the project implementation. So what we have seen through the 3 years that we've implemented the project is that there is a need of knowledge and skills generation and co-creation. So governance begins with understanding. Through the AIPs, we were able to co-create knowledge, which brought together all the actors within the STEM landscape. And in our sites, we saw that it wasn't about the theory. It was about the lived experiences of the farmers, the livestock keepers, as well as different actors who are acting in the ecosystem. So not only just generating the knowledge and skills, we also need to have a structured relationship between the actors. We have seen that through the AIPs, we've been able to bring together the actors who have now had a similar or equal opportunity to air their views on how the landscape or the site can be used to be more productive, but also to help them now to interact continuously, we need to have a structured relationship. And through the AIPs, as an intervention, it's now possible to have the bylaws being created by the local government who are part of the AIPs, but also to help the development organization to streamline the kind of interventions that they're bringing into the area instead of duplicating the same efforts that have been going on. But also we see that another condition that is important for governance is deliberate and continuous awareness to all the actors within the sites, because AIP has already played important roles in creating the structured opportunities. So now what we need is continue these efforts through various stakeholders, such as the higher learning education, to keep on deliberately creating awareness of the technologies that are present and how to uptake them. Do I still have time?
Done?
Do I still have time?
You have a few minutes more, yes.
Okay. Also, another condition that can help in sustaining the governance of these technologies is sustained mentorship and market access linkages. So it has been highlighted before that there is a high need of financing, and a lot has been spoken about, but we saw that through the AIPs, it's very important to provide sustained mentorship through the extension officers or other actors who have knowledge to keep on mentoring the farmers, the knowledge that they've already gotten through the APs to be sustained through continuous mentorship, but also to be linked to the markets through those farmers who have already advanced in the uptake of these technologies. To conclude, in our practice at Kiwere and Magozi in Tanzania, we have seen that the technologies, they've given farmers different tools to be able to increase their productivity, but there is a need of governance which will keep maintaining these tools and make these technologies that have been adapted as a home. So in order to make these technologies sustainable, it is important to uptake various governance mechanisms that we've highlighted to maintain or sustain the efforts that have been put together through this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Itudu. Thank you very much for that presentation. I think you really highlighted a number of the lessons from TISA and CFS project. And I also think you very much helped answer one of the questions asked at the end of the last session, which wasn't discussed, namely, how do we get the farmers to adopt these practices? Some of them are hard work. How do we get them to do it? And I think one of the things CFS and TISA have improved is that is actually not a problem. Provided these technologies, whether they are hard or soft, are intuitively clear and have an immediate impact. For instance, the tools that Basil was talking about was adopted by 80% of farmers, even though only 20% had the farmers within a very few years. As soon as farmers saw at the end of basically the first season that the farmers who obeyed by what the tools told them doubled their yield using the same amount of fertilizer, because they didn't lose fertilizer anymore. And I think one of the tricks is also, because now we have moved into the CFS, we are introducing a lot of the agroecological practices. And yes, some of them are labor intensive, but you have to work with farmers who are willing and understand, so as lead farmers. And when they show their colleagues and their peers that actually when I use manure instead of inorganic fertilizer, my yield increases. And you can come and lift my soil after I put the manure on. And the next season, you can feel the quality of the soil and the texture of the soil improving. And these are the lessons, and has also come very, very quickly clear through the CFS project, despite its very short time frame. So thank you very much. The next speaker, Dr. Sipu Sibanda, is that the one online? Sorry?
That is offline.
Offline. So that's beyond my pay grade. Good. He's here. Okay, sorry. I just know there was one of them. Okay, please.
Thank you, Chair. I still have got how many minutes?
Sorry?
How many minutes?
9.
Okay. So 3 pillars are going to underscore my talk. Number 1, I'm going to talk on issues of National Agricultural Research Councils. Most of them are either parastatals or they sit directly under government departments. So I'm going to
intermix these two because they are related. And also my talk is going to assume issues of climate, food, energy, and water nexus. And then I'm going to talk about the third thing that's going to underpin the talk is research and technology transfer and capacity building. They go together as triplets. So what roles are these supposed to be doing? Number one point that I've raised here is promotion of appropriate policies and strategies to support research and technology transfer on circular food systems. I think one thing that people have been saying throughout the morning, that the current model that is there is a linear model where you come from input to output. And if you still see most research councils are still inter or disintegrated as different units. I think one system that I've seen that seems to be working currently for now is one on agro-processing. If you actually still check, mechanization still stands on its own, his irrigation stands on its own, people on crop husbandry and animal husbandry, they still stand on their own. Not only that, we also need the integration of dryland agriculture with irrigation cropping systems. You actually see somebody that is called a dryland agriculture specialist and somebody that is referred to as an irrigated cropping system specialist. So we need that integration to ensure that we generate synergies that benefit both production systems and create more livelihood opportunities. So once we have developed the appropriate policies, if you check, there's a mechanization policy that is separate from irrigation policy. I also suppose I'm an agri-engineer by specialization. Also other, maybe crop husband, there are different policies altogether. So the integration of all those policies so that you can come up with a circular food systems policy and strategy will be very important. So once those have been developed, the next thing is to promote development of appropriate circular food systems. He did refer to some technologies that are going to support productivity. We're not talking about digital tools for water management, smart irrigation systems. So there's an issue that is again referred to on capacity building. In most instances, there's a distinction between research, technology transfer, and capacity building. The information is not passed, okay, in a linear or circular manner if you'd want, so that a farmer actually understands why they've got smart meters and their implications and how actually are saving them, reduce water use and energy. So once that's done, it is going to ensure that we create a closed loop system that we are able to recirculate water, nutrients, energy, and that way we also reduce on greenhouse gas emissions. And there's one critical point that I've been reading of late that says also we begin to reduce on food miles, the distance that the food takes from the farm until it reaches the consumer. The third point then is to source and mobilize resources for research and circular food systems technology. And these are supposed to be designed to be able to be sustainable, resilient, and environmental conscious, with a focus on, again, reducing on food miles and also issues of post-harvest losses. I think we actually know that these, in some instances, can actually go up to 80 or 90%. And then that will be able to generate economic opportunities. Then the fourth point is promotion of inter-research councils and interdepartmental research, and also inter-country or international. Just looking at issues of precision agriculture that refers to circular food systems. I've got Prof works from CSIR, which is about 3-4 kilometers from my workstation. We work independently. He does his work, I do my work. Even within ARC, I was in South Africa, we also work independent, even sometimes within a division. So if you can actually integrate, if somebody has done research on smart meters and they actually know what, we can share results from between countries. And in any case, in most instances, we come from the same background. And then there was an issue of saying, what are the institutional capacity gaps that is currently there on the research councils? If you check, somebody was even actually saying to me, are you a researcher? You don't look old. So most researchers actually, which is a true thing. So the integration of now making sure that there's actually continuity. Okay, I'm in my mid-50s. I'm a runner. I still look younger, but I'm now old. So if you check now, researchers are older and we do not have young people that are actually coming into the research field. So in the next 5, 6, 10 years, we are going to see that most of the work that is actually being done now will not have many people actually to take it forward. And one of the things, you know, on the science, you need maths and science, physics and chemistry. And now there's a project that actually was approved today that I'm going to be heading in South Africa that is on capacity building. And the intention of this, we're actually going to start from the high schools, looking at children from high school through colleges up to when they get their PhD. So if you can get that system continuous, it's going to help going forward. And one of the critical issues now that is beginning is now, if you look at younger people, they are more on their laptops and their cell phones. And most of the research is still on the rudimentary methods. So that integration of ensuring that young people find research interesting, not more of being in the lab, but more of monitoring remote sensing, like a prof was saying from CSIR. I think, yeah, that brings to the end of my presentation, and thanks.
That was the end of your presentation. Thank you very much indeed for your presentation. It raised a number of interesting issues around capacity building and training. If I again might relate back to our experience during CFS with the training and the capacity building, which has very much been through the lead farmers, that one of the, so our training in the agroecological practices was conducted stepwise through the season, so that every new practice was introduced for the lead farmers and their colleagues when the lead farmers had to actually do it in the field. And we got a lot of comments back that had been very, very efficient because they had to put it to immediate use. So it's not something you go away and then a year after you have to do it. The training and the implementation of the training have to come very closely together to make sure that it actually gets hammered in. And to the bit about all of the young people that sit on laptops and computers, I don't know how much you have to give into that, because they actually also have to get their hand dirty. Right? They have to get out there and also understand the problems of the people who are going to use the technologies. And that is one of the critical problems with a lot of the technologies that are coming out of the Western world, that the people who invented it have actually never seen an African. Not to talk about being in Africa or knowing anything about the biophysical conditions and the socioeconomic conditions of the farmers who actually have to buy and use these technologies. So I think there is a balance there in the training perspective. Okay, so I will go to the last speaker, which must be the one that's online then. It's also a speaker from the ARC South Africa, Mr. Lerato Bane Salamang. So let's hope the technologies are doing their trick. Welcome, Dr. Lerato. Are you there? Somebody is there. Can you talk to him?
Can you unmute, please? Thank you.
Me?
If you can unmute, oh, sorry. Oh, we're not allowed to unmute. Yeah, you can unmute. Thank you. Sorry. Can you speak?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, very. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with the question that is asked, it is important. I wanted to just give 3 examples, just hitting straight to the point. I wanted to just give some examples of the technologies that have been developed before we get to the validation stages. So, for example, if we look at the soil moisture monitoring technologies, I can give an example of a chameleon, which is used for soil moisture content monitoring. So with this instrument, it has probes that go to 3 different levels, 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 30 centimeter depth in the soil. And it also has a temperature detector that is also buried in the soil. So what happens is that a farmer, the probe is permanently fixed on the ground for the duration of the production season. So what happens is that the farmer, every single day, will go to the field. They have a sensor that they dock onto the probe. The probe shows them different colors, red, green, and blue. Red meaning that there is an absence of water, green meaning that there is sufficient water, blue meaning there is oversaturation of water. So the farmer is able to monitor the soil moisture, because normally what they would do is that they will just dig up from the surface and assume that that is sufficient to inform them in terms of the availability of moisture within the soil. So with the work that we've done at the ARC, looking at a probe like that, is that we have found it important that these need to be monitored over various agroecological zones, and also tailored for different soil properties, for rainfall patterns, as well as for different cropping systems. And then the last example that I would like to go into is where we're looking at nutrient cycling as well as compost-based system. So with this system, obviously the important thing is that it acts differently in different areas. So we're talking about in arid, semi-arid, humid, and other areas or zones. So here the cycling protocol, it cannot be developed unless it is locally adapted. Because remember, if you're looking at a semi-arid area, your soil characteristics as well as the water availability and temperatures are not going to be the same when you're looking at an arid area. So from these, the research that we've done, we found that these secular practices, looking at your the organic part of it, these secular practices are important to improve soil carbon, moisture, the moisture retention, as well as diversification of the resilience to the ecosystem. Just based on these 2 examples, how then do we move to the next step, which is the validation before we get to the adoption? So it's important to have benchmarking at a local, under local conditions. So in the laboratory, we would work with milliliters and microliters, whereas when you now get in the technology for validation, you need to go down to the measurements that are relevant for the package that you put that technology in for adoption purposes. So this is where now you will look at, we call it the calibration of the technologies for different soil textures, for rainfall patterns, evaporation, temperature conditions. So this is very important, because what you did as part of your research in one locality does not automatically translate to the same performance in a different locality. Staying with the localities, so this is why it also is important as a validation step to have multiple agroecological zones where you now validate your research finding. You need to monitor as part of your validation stage to see if your solution was a short-term solution or is a long-term solution, to ensure that when you work on the transference part of it, you are able to properly inform your beneficiaries. And then lastly, I don't want to go in length into the other validation step, but lastly is the participatory step, the farmer participatory step. For me, this is my favorite topic because it takes me to the living labs. Just to give an example, we currently have living labs running in South Africa. And with the living labs, this is where you co-create, as was mentioned earlier, you co-create with the participation of policymakers, researchers, farmers, extension officers, as well as suppliers. So we have a multinational consortium that is looking at the benefit of agrobiologicals for smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa. And within Africa, the participating countries are South Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Tanzania. We also have additional partners. These are the ones where we get to have an opportunity for lessons learned from them, as well as have a cluster of experts. And these countries or researchers that we're working with are from Sweden, Italy, Czech Republic, and Denmark. So what we do there is that we are validating the efficacy of your bioslurry, biopesticide, biofungicide, and as well as biostimulants. And with the participation, particularly from the farmer side, which where normally or traditionally they are deemed not so educated, with the participation in our living labs, what our farmers are doing in the South African living labs is that they get to read scientific publications with us. They get to do data collection with us. So they're not spectators, they are actively involved. They go onto the ground and collect data using what we as researchers deem fancy scientific equipment. They get to know the background before they start with the data collection, so that when we have our aha moment at the end of the trial, they're able to also understand why we as researchers will be excited. So they benefit from seeing their progression in terms of increased soil nutrition, increase improvement of the soil structure, increase of the soil microbial activity, improvement of water retention capacity of the soil, and obviously the reduction in the use of synthetic fertilizers as well as chemicals. So we're now working towards reducing Africa's dependency on these synthetics. And this approach, the Living Lab approach, I feel it seals off what needs to happen in terms of validation before the uptake of technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lerato, for your, no, she's gone? Oh, she's here. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting, and we have been talking a lot about the chameleon and the full stop during these sessions. So it was really good to get a more technical rundown on how these things are working and what they have meant. So thank you very much for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been very good at staying on time, and we will now like to get the policy reflections from our SADC colleague, Mr. Kavasha Vatetiba. You have a go at my surname afterwards, right?
Thank you, Chairman. Afternoon, everyone. Can we smile? Yeah? For me, my presentation is just going for less than 5 minutes, because actually it's a question, so I'll just have to answer the question. Thank you so much. My name is Kudakwashe, quite difficult to pronounce. The question from the regional perspective is there a scope within the SADC, the existing frameworks, to promote common tools and governance approaches for the circular food system? That's the question. And I need just to be direct. Yes, we have the scope, we have the policies in place. That is at continental level, at regional level, and national level. I thought maybe you are going to clap your hands, because already, because what I'm looking at, you do a research over 3 years, but if that is not adopted as a policy at national level, it's just water under the drain. We spend a lot of resources, but it's not adopted. So from our side, at the regional level, and on behalf of our member states, the policies are there. But the major question is, what we need to make them work better together across countries, we need to bring even the communities to the real realities to say, as we adopt those policies, they actually bring the intended results, and they are very, very practical. So we have a number of policies. I'm not going to bother yourself just to know them, but just for you to appreciate. At the SADC Secretariat, we have the anchor policy. Go on our website and read. I know even our national laws and policies, we don't read them. We only read them when it is necessary. So go on our website and look for the regional agricultural policy. That's the anchor for the agricultural direction that we give within the region. And if you look at that policy, we have actually set the vision for all the agricultural programs, be it in climate smart, be it in sustainable agriculture. Already they are embedded in that policy. Then we have the second policy, which is so specific, and it actually speaks to the CAADP agenda. You know, we're getting into the second phase, to the third phase of the Kampala Declaration. We have what we term as the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan. SADC Secretariat was the first to have the revised one, but we are now aligning it with the CAADP guidelines. And our member states, they haven't created their national agriculture investment plans. So in these policies that I'm just highlighting, at national level, as they review, as we are going for the next 10 years, we just have to make sure that the CAFS is embedded in that strategy. That's my request. Because I think for the next 2 weeks, we are going to have a consultant who is going to look at the SADC one. Once they are done, when we come to the national level, let's include everyone so that the National Agriculture Investment Plan speaks to what we really want. So I'm glad with these circular food systems, we put less and we harvest more. And that's the direction. And it's all encompassing, even for the marginalized communities. They can be able to do this. Then we also have some water policies as well, which falls under the other directorate. Those policies are there in terms of water management and water reuse. We have those policies, but also we're going to be reviewing them at national level so that they speak to what is happening to the region and also to the continent. As I conclude, from the policy perspective, we are all yours. Whenever we have something that you have researched with real data and that can transform lives of people within the region or even within the continent, policies, they are made by people and we review to accommodate new methods of farming that can transform lives. I think that's what I can say for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that policy review. It was good. So now we have finished the presentations, and we are more than on time because we were one speaker short, and everybody still stuck to their speaking time, and I might have been shortening what somebody wanted to say. But what we really have been asked by Van der Pan to do is come up with some kind of a sort of consolidated view on a short list of what are the most important innovations in governance and technologies. So I would like to ask a panel, starting from the right. So what are your, Moses, who gave the initial presentation, could you please join the panel? I wouldn't like to miss any nuggets coming from the plenary presentation. You want to be there. Good. So if you start from that end of the table, in your opinion, what are the highest priority of what we should be focusing on in the short to medium term, in terms of governance and technology innovations to implement circularity?
Okay, maybe in view of my presentation, I think the person from, is it the union or SADC said it. The issue of actually embedding the circular food systems policy or strategy within. Why I'm saying so, Okay, I actually worked in Zim before I worked in South Africa. We already were about early 2000, we were already developing a mechanization policy here and strategy. And I've seen work that has been done by colleagues from here. Countries like Kenya, because I've had colleagues from there, developed those in most countries in West Africa many years ago. The agro-processing policy and strategy is well written and is being implemented. That's why almost every government talks about value addition, beneficiation, because there's a policy and strategy on that. So if we are seeing that circular food systems in themselves are very beneficial, so both as a policy and a strategy, it needs to be embedded by the different national governments. That way it becomes implemented, because normally when it is a policy and strategy, alongside it comes funding. So it means then researchers, those that are going to do technology transfer are actually going to get funding that will support and sustain that system. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good point. And also the link between the words and the actions, and part of the actions is funding. So that have that line connected, so we do not just have nice policies and nice documents that says all of the things we want to do, and then when are they going to hit the ground? That's, I think, is often one of the problems we are seeing, that most African countries have brilliant documents, but a lot of them are not really hitting the ground. So I think it's a very valid point. And next.
Thank you. With regard to the agriculture innovation platforms, our recommendation is now linking these. We've seen how important they are to the communities. It's now important to link them to the either the district or whatever the local government authority that is there, so that it can have structure in its management, but also coordination. Also, if it falls within the local government authorities, it means that it can have now the budget line of the implementing local government authorities. But also, the agriculture innovation platforms can also be linked to the existing statutory bodies, such as the water user associations, or if there are irrigation management committees. And this way it will prevent running parallel efforts and having the it will prevent having the parallel efforts, rather having a structure that is enhancing the efforts that have already been put by these agriculture innovation platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Basil, I think I cut you a bit short before. Now you have the floor, and I'm not going to stop you.
Thank you. Well, I wasn't going to say much, but perhaps maybe from what I didn't, say in my earlier presentation, was to say, if we are to upscale in terms of upscaling the technologies that have been developed, because the major issue in terms of whether the tools work or not, that question has been answered in several, settings, in several case studies. It is known that the tools do work, and the results are there in terms of what farmers benefit from adopting, the tools. But I think there are 4 filters that need to be, we need to subject the same tools to, which if already has not been done, I think, I'm sure it's something that we need to consider. To say, can smallholder farmers afford the cost of ownership? The VIA has postured itself as a not-for-profit organization, and they are keen to maintain that status, as in wanting to give the tools to benefit humanity without necessarily making a profit from that. But the question that we ask from the Africa side is to say, if you are looking at the smallholder farmers here, can they afford the tools in the context of the pricing regime that is existing, the cost of ownership? And can local technicians really be able to maintain the same tools without the need for imported expertise or spare parts? And the other question is to say, is there any preconditioning that is required in terms of institutions within Africa for the tools to be, quickly adopted and, scaled up to be, accessed by the community of farmers? And the last issue is to say, can it adapt across agroecological, zones. I think there was a speaker who was talking about, issues around difference in terms of their research around the results that they would get on different, kind of soil types. But I think it's a question that needs to be interrogated. Once that is done in terms of the filtering, there is then need for either designing before scaling up, or just scaling up in the context of saying, what does it then take for governments and water users to sacrifice in terms of owning the tools? Because the issue of ownership then becomes, important. Because once there is no ownership, we remain, in the conversation of saying, how do we upscale? But we want to say, what is it that can generate appetite for ownership, knowing that the results are there to speak for themselves? And it's something that needs alignment between governance and the development partners to say, how then can we break this, slow uptake in terms of upscaling, especially in the context of the proven science behind the tools that have been proven to be effective in terms of helping to increase yields, save water, amongst other benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. That was some interesting points. The ownership of the tools is a really interesting question. I think what TISA have proven is that it is not the ownership of the tool that have caused the change, is the ownership of the learnings from the tools. So when 20% of our farmers, sometimes less, had the tools, after 4 or 5 years, 80% of the farmers have changed their management practices according to the learnings from the tools, because they're talking farmer to farmer to farmer to farmer, and you're all looking over what your neighbor is doing, and then you change accordingly. But it's still, I'm not saying it's not a relevant question, but I'm just saying it is a more complicated question than just ownership. And I think I'd get to what you were talking about, the institutions. What are the institutions? Because here we have had TISA and the ARPs that have kind of helped facilitate the farmer-to-farmer learning. And if you're just dumping the tools somewhere where there is no institutions in place to ensure that the learnings from the tools actually takes place and are disseminated through the community. So, and I guess that's one of the things you talked about around the institutions, and I agree very much on that. Thank you very much for that bit. Next, please.
Okay, I think for my parting shot, the policies are there, but now the issue of domestication, to make sure that they are real in the communities, that's our major challenge. And for the member states, the domestication process, I know it's a process, but we try to make it happen quicker so that it becomes a real, whatever that we're suggesting to the communities.
Thank you. And the final, Moses?
Thanks.
This time you have more.
Yeah.
You can elaborate a bit more.
Yeah. For me, working in the digital sector is access. When in the early 2000s, when I was in my PhD program, to get a Landsat image, the satellite image coming from the USGS, we used to pay, I've forgotten, quite a good sum to get a scene of Landsat. But somewhere, I think around 2010, the USGS took a decision to grant access to everyone, anybody, anywhere in the world, to Landsat. And I think according to their economics, their calculations, the U.S. Treasury, what they received from businesses that were developed from people having access to Landsat, they experienced a good boom. And now, you and I, we can just go even on our mobile phone, we'll have access to Landsat. And when the European developed the Copernicus program, the Sentinel constellation, they just follow the American model. And we all have access to Sentinel, for me, which is like a dream satellite, 10 meters resolution. Landsat at 15 meters, it's not good for our small-scale farming mosaic systems in Africa. But with Sentinel, at 10 meters resolution, you can map every farm. You can even tell the quality of soil in our backyard. So access is then very, very important. And when we then develop this information system, adding value, we then need that sort of partnership between government and the private sector to ensure access to this information. Because I believe that with increased access, we'll deal with the elephant that is in the room, which is corruption. Corruption is the biggest limiting factor to our own development. When we introduce this precision agriculture information system, what we quickly realized was that many farmers, so-called emerging farmers, were making more money from the grants and subsidies that they are receiving from different organizations and government than from the farming activity itself. And when they kind of see, so with this your tool, my funder will be able to assess the activities on my farm on a weekly basis. We say, and it will help you and help the funder. Then they don't want to see us anymore. So granting, increasing access to the information, I think would be one of the biggest positive thing that should happen on our continent in fighting corruption, which is the biggest limiting factor to our own development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a number of interesting points that we should get back to in your talk. One of them is, yes, access to the images, a 10-meter resolution, and that means any farmer can see his soil quality, even in a small plot in many, many different places. But the issue of access, and it's not access to the images, it is the farmer's access to what it tells about their plots. So in a sense, there's an institutional issues here about how are that information and knowledge that somebody can download from the web. How is that going to go to the farmers in Silesiana Irrigation District? And that's again an issue of institution, and in a project context, that would be the ARP. But without an ARP, what are the government's institutions who put in place in the villages and the schemes where there is no project? So that must be like the extension officers, or what is the equivalent in the outscaling of a concept like the ARP. Yes, that was, my brain is getting a bit aging, so I forgot the second point. So I would now like to open up the floor. Sorry? The online. Is the online still present? Okay, could you please provide your, what is, is it only connected to that one?
Dr. Lerato. Any parting shot?
Lerato?
Yes. Your mic, sorry.
Has she been able to hear the discussion?
Yeah, she's been able to hear.
Okay, Dr. Lerato. I had almost forgotten you were there. I thought you had disappeared. So could you please give us what are your priority, either technology or governance intervention that we should be focusing on in the near future? Okay, Dr. Lerato.
Yes, I'm
I
here.
almost forgotten you were there. I thought you had disappeared.
No.
So could you please give us what are your priority, either technology or governance intervention that we should be focusing on in the near future?
There is the FAO hand-in-hand initiative. This is where there is promotion of evidence-based type of agricultural transformation, with the focus being on partnership and investment coordination. And this is where you get a reduction in terms of duplication of activities. So instead of duplicating research and activities, you have this multi-locality validation step that happens where one country can be the researcher, inverted comma, and the other country can now take up that technology and adopt it and adapt it to their local conditions. So in terms of short-term, long-term for governance, there needs to be cohesion in terms of the different government departments to set an enabling environment. I cannot have a Department of Agriculture looking at, say, for example, massification of crop production, but then the Department of Water Affairs or Water and Sanitation has restrictions in terms of the farmer accessing the water. So the cohesion between the various government departments needs to be there as a short-term measure that does not need a lot of effort, but where they can be used to set a baseline for synergy in terms of adoption or promotion of agricultural practices. And then in terms of long-term money. We cannot have, what we currently have is a project mentality in terms of research and technology transfer as well as adoption. We need to move from the project mentality to a program mentality. With a project mentality, you have a certain research question that you answer, you get funding for that, and as soon as it stops, it means activities will obviously be terminated. Whereas if you have a program mentality, what happens is that you are able to have different pieces of the puzzle that go into the program in the form of projects, and the funding availability now becomes sustainable because the different projects are geared towards the end goal, which is the impact of the activities that are embarked on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was some really good points there about the movement from the project to the program, and I would say moving from the project phase to the operational phase of whatever the program was about. I would now like to open up. For questions from the floor, and we still have 10 minutes, as we should have, so that's good. There's a question down the back, and there's another one over here. Let's start, and over there. So, as I had expected, there's plenty of questions. There have been some really good presentations. There's a lot to get stuck into. Over to you, sir.
Oh yeah, finally. Well done.
Technology.
Okay, thanks so much. So I'm just, my question is on this remote sensing. Impressive 10-meter resolution, right? It's really good. And we are talking about actionable advice, whether developing policies for actionable advice and so on. Now, it's one thing to have this nice resolution at 10 meters and then get the mosaic, land mosaic. It will be very clear. But when it comes to soil health, that normally then informs the actionable things that you need farmers to do. That may be a different case. So how do you reconcile that?
Okay, Moses, I presume that was for you. Can I just take maybe two more, and I'm sure you can remember the question. There was another question over here. Could I please appeal to short questions, not small speeches?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my Tanzanian sister, there's a comment you made about the crop livestock conflict. There was some kind of situation with the farmers. I just needed to know the actual technological innovation that solved that problem. It had something to do with circularity, but I didn't get the actual technological innovation.
And there was one question down the back.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation and the discussions. I'm Vivian Kazi from the Economic and Social Research Foundation, ESRF, and I'm a senior researcher. But also ESRF is a node for FANAPAN from Tanzania perspective. I just wanted to reiterate from the point of the presenter specifically on the part of policy perspective that he said that at least we have some policies that are in place to support precision agriculture. But in as far as some other countries within Africa, there are some science and technology policies that are way outdated. For instance, I can say the good example from my country, where you have a 1996 science and technology policy. So I think the best way to start with as researchers, as policy practitioners from this room, is to advocate for a clear institutional framework where we have up-to-date policies that can really support the science, technology, and innovation that we normally provide from the research perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was 3 questions. The first one was clearly for Moses. Try to make it brief, please. We have 4 minutes left.
Yeah, the brief answer, it's, you know, we have models that are predicting soil parameters. Your organic content, clay content, nitrogen content, moisture, pH. We help a couple of farmers in Bronkhorstspruit, neighborhood to Pretoria, where the soils are very acidic, and these farmers were growing maize and not really aware of the acidity of the soil. And when we started generating data, these farmers took remedial actions, and their yields on average moved from 3 tons of maize per hectare to about 8 tons.
Oof.
Yeah, so I mean, you can add what amount of, you know, what amount of fertilizer you pour into the farm. If you don't correct for the pH, you're wasting your time. So you can see just that aspect of pH is critical for maize cultivation, which is a staple in the region. Thanks, and we can interact on with the system after this. Thanks.
Okay, who wants to address the second question, please? I think that was to you.
Okay, maybe I can address that. That was the third question. Actually, if you look at what is happening in the continent, every 10 years, when we come up with the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan, it actually speaks to the member states coming up with a new National Agriculture Investment Plan. So we take note of that, maybe in West Africa or East Africa, but for the SADC region, already we have about 7 countries that have reviewed their policies in line with the CAADP agenda. So it's really a very important point, and we take note of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Basil, I know that you reached out. Was that for the, no, just to pass on the mic? Okay.
Yes, with regard to the technological innovation that we had trained the livestock keepers, is the use of the residue from the farms to make the leaking block. So we trained the farmers to make the leaking blocks that are similar to, with a similar composition to the ones that are commercial, but now the livestock keepers are able to make these out of the crop residues. So they have a mix that they've been trained on how to make using urea and some other components that make these leaking blocks. And we have seen that the dairy cattle have now quite improved milk production because of leaking these leaking blocks. Yeah.
Maybe just to validate the issue of updating our policies and strategy. Timeless. You know, we moved from hand tools to draft animal power. And then came the boom mechanization, especially in Africa when we brought in tractors. Then we have moved into conventional tillage, reduced tillage, then conservation agriculture. We spoke about precision agriculture, which, Prof, we are now moving away. We are now bringing issues of machine learning, robotics, artificial intelligence, and 4IR. So reality things are moving faster than they were. So we can't be using a policy or strategy that was developed in 1999. It's really out of. Otherwise, in most countries now, policies are lasting 3 years. We need to move on. Thanks.
Any more speakers who want to comment on the 3 questions? No? Then do we have one more burning question in the room? Over there. If you would only take a few minutes of your coffee break.
So thank you. It's not a question, but a contribution to addition to what Dr. Tupele has said about the technological innovations that are addressing the conflicts between the farmers and also livestock keepers. So one, it's we in Tanzania, so in the project sites, we introduced the Super Napier. So this is a livestock feed, which is addressing availability of feed, especially during the dry season. And so we see that is, reducing the conflicts between the farmers and livestock keepers, especially the livestock keepers during the dry season will take their livestock into the farmers' plots. But we also see the understanding that farm yard manure is important. So at the moment, while it used to be conflicting, for example, for livestock keepers to take into, for example, a rain-fed plot of a farmer, so now they can actually enter into agreement that, okay, I will allow you to graze the crop residue, but in return, then you'll plow for my farm. Because they know when they are grazing, the cow dung remains in the soil. And that is a form of moving livestock loads, okay? Our colleague in Zimbabwe, they have that, they can move the crowns, okay, that are placed on farm plots, and they keep moving. And when they stay, the livestock stays, then they leave the cow dung. So it's not only technological innovation, but also the processes. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we'll call this soft technologies. So I think we should, before I give the word to Fanra Pan about this further afternoon, I think we should thank our brilliant speakers, including the one online, and ourselves for being a very active and engaged audience. I think the question was good.
Group photo.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I have one logistical ask for the next session. The chairperson of the session has requested that he has just a 1-minute discussion with the participants of the session. So that's Vimbai Chimonyo from CIMIT, Angeline, Lucia, lead farmer, and then Dr. Nathan Teremwa, and then we also have Dr. Kamjanje. And yeah, so those should remain just before we go out for tea break. Otherwise, then you can go out just for a group photo. The presenters for this session and the round table speakers.
Hi everyone. As you can see on the screen, there is a project, the CFS in Africa project review survey that we will ask each and everyone to scan, and during your break, during your time, if you can have time. So we're expecting us 80 plus people to have input on that survey. So I will keep it there until we go back from our break. So you can scan and fill in the information. Thank you very much.
I just need to, they don't have to sit down. I don't want to waste time. I just want to.
Professor Kamjande here, then there is Limbai.
So we can have a break and coming back at 3:45. 3:45 or 4? 4. So at 3:45 we are coming back. I will be ringing the bell again, and we're coming back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that everybody is here. You know what's required of you for your presentation. You can make a presentation. 25 slides in 15 minutes. So you have to listen in overdrive. Then we will have the panel discussion. You all have Okay, where's my list? So, I was hoping that this would be focus with you. So, okay, so, question to you would be,
Yes, number 1. Number 2.
contextualized finding, which is the broader angle related to scientific
Too much of anything is not good for you, baby. But I don't know about that. As many times as we've loved and we've shared love and made love, it doesn't seem to me like it's enough. It's just not enough, baby. It's just not enough. Oh, baby. My darling, I can't get enough of your love, babe. Girl, I don't know why. I can't get enough of your love, babe. the more I want. And baby, that's no lie. Oh no, babe. Tell me, what can I say? What am I gonna do? How should I feel when everything is you? What kind of love is this that you're giving me? Is it in your kiss or just because you're sweet? Girl, all I know is every time you're here, I feel a change, something moving. I scream your name. Look what you got to do is, darling, I can't get enough of your love, baby. Girl, I don't know why. I can't get enough of your love, baby. Oh no, baby. Girl, if I could only make you see and make you understand. Girl, your love for me is all I need.
Let's see if it
And more
works.
than I
Maybe
can
it will.
stand. Oh, well, babe. How can I explain all the things I feel? You've given me so much. Girl, you're so unreal still. I keep loving you more and more each time. Girl, what am I gonna do? 'Cause you're blowing my mind. I get the same old feeling every time you're here. I feel a change, something moving. I scream your name. Look what you got to do, and darling, I can't get enough of your love, babe. Oh no, babe. Baby, it didn't take all of my life to find you. But you can believe it's gonna take the rest of my life to keep you. Oh, babe.
How are you? How's everything? Right now, you don't say any engagement.
Can't get enough of your love, babe.
So people are showing
Girl, I don't know
when the sun beats down and burns the tar up on the roof, and your shoes get so hot you wish your tired feet were fireproof. Under the boardwalk, down by the sea, yeah, on a blanket with my baby, that's where I'll be.
Under the boardwalk,
out of the sun,
under the boardwalk,
we'll be having some fun.
under the boardwalk,
People walking above,
under the boardwalk,
we'll be falling in love
under the boardwalk, boardwalk.
From the park you hear the happy sound of a carousel. You can almost taste the hot dogs and French fries they sell. Under the boardwalk, down by the sea, yeah, on a blanket with my baby is where I'll be.
Under the boardwalk,
Out of the sun,
under the boardwalk,
we'll be having some fun.
under the boardwalk,
People walking above,
under the boardwalk,
we'll be falling in love
under the boardwalk, boardwalk.
down by the sea, yeah, on a blanket with my baby is where I'll be.
Under the boardwalk,
Out of the sun,
under the boardwalk,
we'll be having some fun.
under the boardwalk,
People walking above,
under the boardwalk,
we'll be falling in love
under the boardwalk, boardwalk.
One month ago today, I was happy as a lark. But now I go for walks, to the movies, maybe to the park. I have a seat on the same old bench to watch the children play. You know, tomorrow is their future. But for me, just another day. They all gather around me. They seem to know my name. We laugh, tell a few jokes, but it still doesn't ease my pain. I know I can't hide from a memory, though day after day I've tried. I keep saying she'll be back, but today again I've lied.
I see her face everywhere I go, on the street and even at the picture show. Have you seen her? Tell me, have you seen her? Oh, I hear her voice as the cold winds blow in the sweet music on the radio. Have you seen her? Tell me, have you seen her? Tell seen her. Why, oh, why did she have to leave and go away? Oh, yeah. Oh, I've been used to having someone to lean on, and I'm lost. Baby, I'm lost. Have you seen her? Tell me, have you seen her?
As another day comes to an end, I'm looking for a letter or something, anything that she would send. With all the people I know, I'm still a lonely man. You know, it's funny. I thought I had her in the palm of my hand.
Have you seen her?
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, can we get the last people by the door? If you could please come in, settle down. We'll start in a minute or so. Colleagues, friends, thank you for attending the last session. That informal discussion group at the back, can we please settle down? My problem is I'm half deaf, so if there's any noise in the room, I can't hear you, and then I get really embarrassed and say things I shouldn't be saying. So, colleagues, the last session for the day is entitled, thank you. The last session of the day is entitled Evidence on Resilience, Productivity and Decoupling, Agroecology as a Complementary Pathway to Circular Transitions. Let me translate that into the local context. This means, can we decouple our tiredness from the travels yesterday and the splendid lunch we had so that we can maintain resilience, stay awake, and adapt to the local circumstances? So, these are big words, and I only have 5 minutes to introduce the concept, but it's essentially about how we decouple environmental use or use of natural resources and land degradation from improved food production. We heard this morning that we have to increase food production, but not at the expense of the environment. And that is a critically difficult thing to do, and that is what circular food systems is all about. And agroecology as a science, as a movement, as a discipline, is gaining momentum in becoming a pathway for food systems transformation. And my dear darling friend Wimba is going to talk to us in 15 minutes, and I want you to brace yourself. She's got 25 slides, and she promised me that she will make it within 15 minutes, and she says she's talking to a highly competent, intelligent audience, so she is quite happy to go through 25 slides in 15 minutes. Wimba, thank you.
What I actually said is that I'm already talking to the converted, so there's really no need for me to over-expand, to be too emotional and use too many, flowery words. Okay. This we have already had a whole day of trying to unpack, put together. Fragile systems, disconnected, unsustainable. So what is our mission today? To try and make sense of this, to try and come up with a pathway or pathways to which we can solve some of these crises. And my question to all of you today is, are we anywhere closer to these solutions? Or are we currently in a tumble dryer trying to understand who we are, why we are, and where we exist in the kind of space? I think for the longest of time, we've understood that farmers have been handed information, and this information is supposed to translate to action, translate to productivity, translate to markets, and translate to improved livelihoods. Yay! Is this what we've been doing? Is this what the message has been? Is the lunch settling in? But we know this is the reality. We've got a spider web of things happening to a farmer. You've got rainfall variability, in some areas human-wildlife conflict. You've got people coming in with these terminologies, conservation agriculture, use live mulch. You've got livestock that need to be fed. But at the end of the day, you also have got a neighbor that can potentially sabotage your own system by herding their cattle into your field. I think we heard from the previous speaker that you've got this tension that's happening between crop livestock systems. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reality, and perhaps I've actually oversimplified that reality for a lot of farmers. And we're talking about agroecology, and I think agroecology has been used a lot in this fora, right? And we do understand what it is, and I'm not going to go into the definition. We talk about secularity, and when we talk about secularity, a lot of people look at these two. They look at increasing efficiency. They talk about replacing conventional. But what is it that we want to do? We want to transform systems. And what does transformation mean to a smallholder farmer? It means rebuilding a new normal. It means reconnecting consumers and producers. It means redesigning a system that is fit for purpose and fit for use. So what have we been doing in Zimbabwe? So under the agroecology initiative that ran from 2022 to 2025, we try to understand what agroecology transitions mean, right? For us, we used an umbrella slogan to say we're harnessing nature's goods and services whilst minimizing adverse environmental impact and improving knowledge co-creation, this was mentioned also, and inclusive relationships among food system actors. At the end of the day, what we wanted to do is to actually come up with a program that integrated the development platform, researchers, across different scales and across different stakeholders. This occurred across 8 countries, and Zimbabwe was one of them. And in Zimbabwe, where were we? We were in Bire and Munmuruya. Now you know where we were, and you know what umbrella program we were. Question, do we operate as just single-cell organism moving towards oblivion? No. Each one of us, we have visions, and we work slowly towards that vision. I wanted to be a nurse, but look, I'm here. Have I fulfilled my vision? No, I haven't. Nelson Mandela said, action without vision is only passing time. Are we passing time? Are our farmers passing time? Visions without action is merely a daydream. But vision with action can change the world. A lot of the work that we did in our agroecology initiative was driven by trying to understand what the farmer vision is. Not our own vision of the farming system, but what the farmer vision is. How did we do this? We had a series of meetings with farmers, with stakeholders, trying to understand their pain points, trying to understand what it means for them to be in a place, farming, coexisting with each other, and also under certain, legislative policies. After a whole 6-7 months of conversations, farmers in Mbire and Murewa managed to articulate these two visions. Number one, in Mbire, they wanted a sustainable agroecology with institutions strengthened, coexisting with wildlife, empowered women, yay, prosperous livelihoods. In Murewa, they wanted sustainable intensification, optimized livestock production, restored environment, boosted income, and enhanced employment. And I'm sure these are keywords that all of us know, appreciate, and wish for our farmers. But how do they get from where they currently are to this particular vision? One of the things that we set out to do is to understand the context. And the context of Mbire and Murewa was somewhat similar, but also with varying degree. You had issues of soil fertility, pests and diseases, the reoccurrence of drought. This is nothing new in Zimbabwe. Livestock, lots of deaths, pests and diseases, poor rangelands, labor issues. One of the things that we actually have in Zimbabwe is an aging farming community, right? And also weak market linkages. Again, varying degrees, Mbire and Murewa. Like, okay, fine, you've got all these challenges, but what is it that you have as an individual on your farm? We set out to do resource flow maps, and what we wanted to understand is, what are the leaks? What are the gaps? Can we take something, plug here? Can we connect this with that? So farmers, participatory way, obviously, looked at their farming systems, tried to map them, and they actually realized that, oh no, they are actually not as efficient as they believe themselves to be. And through a process and a series of consultation, we then asked them, what is it that you wanted to do within your farm that could allow you to then achieve that vision that you have actually mentioned? And a lot of them were quite simple. Let's deal with our soils. Let's deal with the pests. But also, let's have a system that is multifunctional, that provides food, feed, and then tends to our soil. So in 2022-2023, they came up with 3 technologies. First, conservation agriculture. Second, push-pull. And because we are scientists and we also want to compare, we just put conventional treatment there, just so that we can, spice things up, What happened in the second year? Farmers were like, you know what, we grew this in the first year. This was nice. We saw improvements in yields, even though it was marginal improvements. But why not twerk it a bit? Like, twerk it? Like, yes, instead of having this dead mulch, us going to the forest, getting, grass to use as manure, why not live mulch? It will help with our livestock feed. Like, okay, fine, instead of changing that treatment, let's just add a new treatment. And it so happened that we started off with 3, then we had 6. What's happening here? Farmers are taking part of the core development, core construction of technologies. They're not just bystanders in the process. They're active in this process. 2024, 2025, from 6, we now have 9 technologies. And I love what's happening is farmers are taking a bit of this, a bit of that, and putting it together. They're bundling technology, something that we didn't tell them to do, but they did it. Just some images. You might think that maybe I was lying, but this is some of the farmer fields. You've got your push-pull with your sorghum and your cowpea. You've got your sorghum with the mulch. You've got farmers working on biochar, something that they themselves had said, we need to have this in the system. We have mechanization, labor shortages, drudgery of some of these technologies. Let's have mechanization in it. We just don't then go to the farmers, have conversations. We also need to understand some of the indicators that are important to these farmers. Again, because we've had so many conversations, we actually know what is important for them. And every turn, every season, we always sit down with the farmers. They tell us, oh, I think this one is good for my soul. Oh, I think this one, you know what, it might be good for him, but not good for me. They come up with scores and matrices. They evaluate these technologies and give us feedback that we also then give to you guys and say, you know what, perhaps maybe biochar is not good for them because sandy soils, not enough rain, it doesn't really work for them. So a lot of it is this feedback process that happens between us, the farmers, and the community. We just don't stop there. We train farmers. We have them meet, engage. We send them to Kenya. The Kenyan farmers came to us. They exchange knowledge, they exchange understanding, and they exchange perspective. This is quite important because sometimes the grass is always greener on the other side, sometimes it's not always that green. This is very, very important, especially for framing their purpose within a particular system. So where is agroecology in all these things in terms of circularity? So far, agroecology has been able to provide the principles, whilst circularity has actually given us a way of reorganizing the flows within the system. What is our first entry point? Nutrient cycling. I did mention that this was one of the issues that the farmers were having. And what did they do? They went to soil cover. Biomass loops. They looked at biological fertility by incorporating legumes. Our second entry point, in the beginning I talked about food, feed, and fertility. They took bits and pieces of different technologies that were initially introduced and they merged them together to come up with something that was superhuman, super effective for them, multifunctional. And this is what we want, things that work beyond just one purpose. Now we talk about the enablers. I think the last session we were talking about, do we have policies? Do we have the governance mechanisms? Transitions take time and they're knowledge heavy. Do we have the time to understand this whole process of transition? With a lot of these 3-year programs, 3-year projects, we actually don't have that much time. But with farmers, they actually do have time. So we need to invest in those capacities so that they can see through some of these things. Also, the vertical and horizontal knowledge exchange. It wasn't just farmers going to Kenya, but it was farmers from Mbire going to Murewa, from Murewa going to Mbire. Why? Because they live in different agroecologies. What's happening in Mbire is not happening in Murewa, but there's always this generalization that, oh, farmers here, you're all poor, you're all this. No, it's not always the case. So they need to understand that different contexts exist in Zimbabwe and different strategies can be applied within the framing of agroecology. One of the things that was mentioned in passing was the issue of appropriate scale mechanization. Understanding that a lot of these transitions are labor intensive, and it's for these women who are elderly in the communities that actually bear the brunt of these programs that we're introducing. We took it upon ourselves to introduce appropriate scale mechanization in the form of 2-wheel tractors, chopper grinders for the fodder, the hand augers. You also have like the mowers, the balers, all to support the system and the circularity of this particular system. And instead of just dealing with local governance as just a single entity, we looked at the elderly in the community as custodians of knowledge. What do these elderlies actually do to enrich our understanding of the system? These are the questions that we asked, and we allowed them to speak in a lot of platforms because, truth be told, I think it was mentioned, the young are vibrant, they occupy a space, and sometimes they even fill the space with their ideas, with their innovation, and who's left behind? A lot of the elderlies in the communities that are custodians of a lot of this local knowledge. And what have they done? We've brought them back into conversations to exchange stories, to exchange some of the information that they know that they can actually use within the particular system. And this is my last slide. I tried to condense it such that it's under 15 minutes. So agroecology is a pathway for secular transition. First and foremost, agroecology allows the operationalization of circularity. And this comes through by enhancing the ecological cycles, such as your nutrient cycling, biodiversity, synergies within particular systems, and soil regeneration. It also enables systematic transformation towards transformation. Remember, we're moving away from incremental change to something that transforms stakeholders within a food system. It also fosters socially embedded secular food systems, which means that it gives power back to the people as opposed to it coming from an outside perspective, but it's now something that is born out of the people that live within a particular context and within a particular reality. I would like to acknowledge partners that have been part of this work, and as you can see, some of them are in here, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Wimbai. I love listening to Wimbai because it's always like a lesson between agroecology and drama 101. It's wonderful listening to you, and you've got an amazing way to keep me awake. So thank you very much. Any quick burning questions for Wimbai, or comments, or if you have something in your mind that you don't agree with, please go ahead. Yeah.
Mike Orafen, I'm a teacher at Sharp Mumbai. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Drama 101, Mumbai. Now, my problem with our narrative with agroecology is the fight between subsistence and commercialized CFSs. The question is, what is your take? Are there formal businesses that are functioning apart from just packaging this as a subsistence kind of ecosystem service?
Well, in Africa, I think it has been very difficult to sell the story of agroecology because, let's face it, most farmers are actually operating at a very low level. And one would assume that when you assess them, they actually tick a lot of the boxes of agroecology. Low input use, they're taking manure from one system and putting it into the chromic system, so that would suggest synergies and all these things, right? But that is really not the case, because if you look at all the 13 HLPE principles, they don't tick the social type principles. They're not really there. Issues of gender equality, issues of governance, sovereignty, and all these things. So a lot of how agroecology has been introduced into Africa has been more of a practice, technological kind of like tool, not necessarily as an approach. An approach would suggest a balance or a balanced approach to the 13 principles. In Europe, they have managed to succeed in that, to have businesses that have been branded under agroecology. In Africa, we're even struggling to have organic farming certification. What more of agroecology, which seems to be fluid in terms of its definition. I'm not advocating for a branding of agroecology, but more of the framing and the thinking towards agroecology, where we balance views, we manage trade-offs between different processes, but put people in the center of these conversations.
I'm going to put a caveat on that. I asked for quick questions, and now I will also ask for very brief answers.
Okay, maybe a quick one, Bimbai. On the introduction of appropriate mechanization level, was it communal or individual farmer based? And what were the dynamics?
Okay. So the way we've done mechanization as CIMMYT and also in partnership with a lot of our colleagues is that we understand that giving a person a machine and say, go plow the land does not work. Why? They need to maintain it, they need fuel, and if they don't take it as a business, it's going to be a flower in their homestead. They're not going to use it. So what we've done is we have introduced a package or different types of machinery and then asked people if they wanted to become service providers in particular communities. But before we give them the equipment, they go through the training, the basic training, maintenance, business management, how to plow, agroecology principles and all these things, so that when they have that equipment, they can go in with this knowledge and they don't distort, the greater vision. So when they become service providers, it's a business. So we are not just giving to them, we're actually giving them and they need to pay them off after 3 years. We've spoken with a lot of banks and finance businesses that offer loans to some of these farmers, and then they pay them off at a low interest. So a lot of it is not handouts. It is them doing a business, a service within a community. And that has actually worked because most of the farmers that are in that model have built houses, they've sent kids to school. They've bought second wives, but that's not
Vimbai, thank you very much. Can I ask the panelists to step forward and please take a seat here? You can sit there as well, but you're not speaking. Please, can I get the panelists to come forward? You know who you are, please. Don't be shy. Mama, now you can move your chair. Right. Vimbai, there's a chair for you here. Okay, I'm going to ask the panelists just to briefly introduce themselves, but I'm not handing the mic to Vimbai again. I will not make that mistake again. Just briefly introduce yourself.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Lucia Hlizio, lead farmer Zimbabwe, coming from Matebeleni South in Caesar.
Thank you very much. She's also a business person. I'm Angeline Mujei. I'm an associate scientist with ICRISAT, spearheading the business development issues under the CFS project. Thank you.
Esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. I'm Nathan Kanuma Tarema from Rwanda. I work at the University of Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Professor Alan Sebata. I'm a rangeland ecologist. I'm based at the National University of Science and Technology.
So my name is Joseph Kamjanje. I work for a livestock animal health company called Coopers. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Great. So You've heard Vimba's great presentation, and let's start with the technical stuff. Angelina, explain to us briefly in the research that you've done with the rest of the team, especially with the APSA modeling and the high technical stuff, to what extent do you think we are on the route to decoupling food production from natural resource consumption and environmental impact? I know it's a big one, but please, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, under the CFS project, using data that was generated by the project with APSIM modeling, we really realized that the use of smart water tools could really help in boosting productivity. So with the use of tools, we found out that you could really increase the productivity by more than 50%. And also, in terms of water productivity, we actually realized that from the data, it showed that you could really increase water productivity from about 5.2 kgs per cubic meter to about 6.2 kgs per cubic meter. This means with less water now, we can be able to produce more after using the smart water tools. We also did, under the project, some modeling with regards to future scenarios. So for an irrigation scheme like Silalachane, where it's expected that temperatures will likely be warmer and even precipitation will be really variable over time, we realized that the use of the tools would really not change much the productivity or the water productivity, but they would really reduce the impact, the negative impacts of climate change. So they would reduce them, productivity would just reduce by about 7% compared to not using the tools. You would get a harsh scenario where the productivity will even decline by more than 19%. So basically, I think this also coupled by modeling of the fertilizer, we realized that an increase in nitrogen from inorganic or organic fertilizers from 20 kgs to 50 kgs would really also boost productivity. So you'd realize that a combination of your water smart tools and your soil amendments are really necessary. So secular practices are really key, and they can really help in us using less resources to produce more over time. Thank you very much.
Angelina, I'm not 100% convinced, but I'll come back to you later. I want to stay on the feminine side of the panel, and I want to ask you, Malusia, you've worked with the scientists. You've embedded some of these practices in your farming operation. Angeline spoke at the very high level, but at your level, at the practical level, what practices have you implemented that made your production system more efficient and more productive?
Okay, I will start by introducing myself again. I said I'm coming from Matebele South in Caesar region. In Caesar region is sort of a semi-desert area. It's very dry. In Caesar, we receive very little rainfall, sometimes no rains totally. And then myself, I'm doing horticulture, keeping livestock, cattle, goats, indigenous chicken, exotic, keeping also black soldier fly. I'm also producing livestock feed. As I had said, that in Caesar is a semi-desert area. We don't receive rainfall. With CSF projects, it has taught us that we can manage even though there is little rainfall. As a farmer, I decided to do an irrigation scheme at my homestead, where I started doing horticulture, keeping of livestock, that I've mentioned. 2017, I decided to do full-time farming, taking it as a business. But unfortunately, I had shallow knowledge. I was buying fertilizers, buying all the inputs, and my produce was leaky. Along the line, I met an extension officer. I told him that I want to get involved on the trainings that you provide to the local people. He once invited me. I was lucky on the invitation. It was ICRISAT invitation. It was my first time to go there. I met a certain farmer. As Bimba has just mentioned, that is very important to interact with some other farmers. I was lucky, and that day changed my life completely. That woman, we shared contacts, and she advised me how to get water, enough water. And then I adopted her system, and then I used it, and I got enough water. And then I started practicing. There comes ICRISAT with the CSF project. I was taught how to do feeds from all the residues that I have been collecting from the farm. We started doing urea stover treated feed from our maize and sorghum residues. We had to chop and treat them and produce livestock feed. Now I also do Nutri-Leak blocks, which they've been talking about the whole of this afternoon. A leak block was helping our animals through drought season, whereby the animals will maintain the weight. I also now do hay baling. Previous season, I had planted velvet bean, and I harvested and did the hay baling and sold them to the local farmers. We also learned that from CSF project, we don't plant food for ourselves only. We also plant for the livestock. And then during the time when we were planting the velvet bean, we learned that that velvet bean is also improving our soil texture and getting more nitrogen into the soil. In 2024, we had a severe drought in Insiza, whereby most farmers lost their kekli. There comes CSF project. I had 21 livestock, and the area was very dry, whereby there were no grasses and no water. There was only mopane leaves. CSF projects came, and we were taught how to ferment the mopane leaves. Our livestock doesn't eat mopane leaves. We were taught how to ferment them. We treat them and ferment them, and then the animals, they will be tasting to them, and then the animals were eating those mopane leaves. That's how our kekli survived. I never lost any kekli in 2024. We also did as I said, we did a stover-treated feed. Our kekli survived through it. Through CSF projects, how circularity comes in. After collecting all the farm residues, I give them to my livestock. I was getting manure. From getting manure, we also learned how to do liquid fertilizer from the manure. Instead of taking the manure straight to the field, we now treat the manure, we compost it or do liquid fertilizer. Liquid fertilizer is fast in the crops than compared to taking manure direct to the field. And some of manure, like chicken manure, will be having some fungi. If you do liquid fertilizer, will be reducing the fungi and taking time for the plants to absorb the fertilizer. That's what we are doing now in our area. During the drought period in 2024, I never went to the retail shop to buy any products to feed my cattle. I used the materials around me. CSF projects taught us, I learned that there is nothing called a waste as a farmer. I don't have anything called a waste in my farm. Everything is useful. I'm also having a hatchery. I hatch chicks and take those eggshells, I crush them and take them to my field, or take those crushes and give them to my chickens. They get calcium. So you realize that through the system, everything is in circularity. We don't have anything to be thrown away. Like the chicken manure, I use the chicken manure as a feed for the black soldier fly. As I said, I'm also keeping black soldier fly. And I take that black soldier fly, I feed it to my poultry. And take the waste from the black soldier fly and that manure, I take it to the garden. So I don't throw anything away. I don't have anything which is bent. There is no way I can bend something. There is no way that I can say, this one I'm throwing it away. Everything is balanced. All what I'm doing is balancing each other. That's what I can say. And then CSF projects also taught us the ways of capturing rainwater. Like I said, our area is very dry. When it's raining, we once did a demo for sorghum. And then we were to do the infiltration pits, whereby we'll be capturing water for the future. And then that's how our plants had to survive. And then we had to harvest through that. We also did the demos on how to better ways of planting sorghums so that we produce. That's how CSF projects helped us. And then from our cattle and goats, I can say it's a sort of our investment. From the cattle, we get manure, we get funds to take our children to school. So it's our source of our saving. That's what I can say. Yes.
So, Bongama, allow me to say this, because it's one of the big lessons I've learned in my life. Never confuse education with intelligence. Those are two fundamentally different things. So, Lucia, thank you very much. It's music to listen to all this stuff. Where's Tabani? Are you here, Tabani? I saw him here earlier. In any case, Tabani and I come a long way. And in this room, I think it was 2006 or 2007, we started talking about innovation systems and integrated crop livestock systems. And we're still talking about it today. But what is really interesting is that the audience has expanded dramatically to not just livestock keepers and scientists from Matopos Research Station. The narrative and the discourse has broadened a lot. Before I get to Rwanda, I just want to make two stops in elsewhere in Zimbabwe. And Prof. Alan Sabata, from a university point of view and from your expertise, just briefly take us through your views on how agroecology meshes with what we are trying to do in rural development, getting people out of poverty in the rural areas, and making significant contributions to the socio-economy of Zimbabwe.
Thank you. I think I'm just going to go back to add on to what has already been said. We are looking at the concept of agroecology. I'll just define it, although it was comprehensively covered by Wimbai. I think in agroecology, we are just mixing agriculture with ecology. Agriculture is normally our practices. the way we crop. In ecology, you're just looking at the natural system, the plants and the animals on their own. So really in the context of African agriculture, agroecology has been those old practices which our forefathers did practice, where they mixed all sorts of crops into their fields. When we then adopted some of these modern technologies, we'd say to our old people, no, don't mix pumpkins with maize. It's not good for your crop. So I think the whole concept of agroecology is revisiting that. And I see now there's circular food systems. It's trying to revisit all those practices that have been in place for long. So I think from the earlier presentation, one of the common denominators between agroecology and the circular food systems will be the mulch there. So in agroecology, what we are saying is that you try to leave as much of the mulch or the crop residues in your field. You want the system to copy or to be similar to a natural ecosystem. So now here we have a circular system where again the same crop residues that we are looking at are also a source of our livestock. So we now need to balance that. What are we saying? We remove all the crop residues and feed our animals, and then they leave the soil bare. So those are some of the compromises that we need to come into practice. So I think the systems are complementary, but then there is an issue of how do we, the issue of agroecology comes mostly in most of the countries, the land has been cropped for long and is degraded. So the major issue that we're trying to look at from an agricultural perspective is to restoring that land. We are not going to be opening more land. I think the presenter on GIS did allude to the fact that what we think is an open land is not there. So we are trying to restore the productivity of that land. How do we do that? We go back to basic practices like agroecology. So we should look at it from a perspective of trying to bring back to production land that we have wasted through those bad practices. So I think that is an interesting area. And then what we also need to look, I think the benefits we have already been told is which is the key issue of circular food systems, is to reduce the external inputs. Our lead farmer has ably explained how she has reduced the costs and so forth. So I think whilst we are doing that, we also need to understand, and then Martin's presentation did allude to the fact that irrigation schemes are at the center of circular food systems. And then now the other issues that will be challenges we should need to think forward with. If we center around irrigation systems, we make them our economic activity, government policy in terms of VPUs is also around that. When we do that, does agroecology fit into those systems? Are we willing to let those crop residues, to allow those intercropping into our system? So I think that's other issues that are of interest that we interrogate, especially in light of the fact that we want to upscale that. And then the issue which comes into farming is profitability. These practices, they are good, but we also need to challenge the issue of profitability, and profitability is largely a function of markets. Mostly people go into farming to make money. So if the markets are not there, we might have all these production systems or irrigation systems are doing well. I still think on the marketing side, we need to integrate it into our circular system so that there is a market. When there is a market, people are willing to come into all these practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last contribution from Zimbabwe is from Prof. Joseph Kamuzanje. I hope I got it right. You introduced yourself saying that you work with Coopers. So it's an interesting, the fact that you're here fascinates me, and I would like to know what brings you to a union of like-minded thinkers, and what is your view on from the private sector, from a chemical company, around circularity in food systems and agroecology? So that's a mouthful, but I'm sure you have lots to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I stand up, please?
You can stand.
Yeah. Because I want you guys to remember me when you go back, that this is the guy who was not supposed to be here, and he said a lot of nonsense. So thank you very much for your questions. So first of all, personally, I'm interested in innovations and understanding how people can do things better and more efficiently. I've been in agriculture for the past 15 years. I'm a planner by profession, a physical planner. We're supposed to plan towns and you know, those other things. So one of the things that always excites me about agriculture is that there's a reason why it doesn't matter which university you go to. Agriculture is a Bachelor of Science. It's not a Bachelor of Arts. So if we agree, then it means that there are certain scientific principles that it has to follow. So I'm amazed as a non-agriculturalist about how unscientific sometimes agriculture is. And I just came to say it here. And then I can go away, you know, like. The second thing why I am also here is that the people that do crops inherently also do livestock. You heard what she was saying. So you cannot separate the two. And in our business, which is livestock, we think that the moment you separate livestock from crop agriculture, you have lost. You have lost. The other thing that I also wanted to talk about, why I'm really interested in being here, is that I am thinking that one word that she hasn't said, but which is very important, is that she's a private company. She's doing a lot of things that a private company does, but she doesn't look at herself as a private company. And I just find it very disturbing when all of the people that are here actually don't look at farming as a business the way that it should be looked at. So I challenge you, next time you introduce yourself, you talk to us about the private company that you are running. So for me, before I come to your question, for me, what I also think is really important is I just think that this debate is very skewed in one direction. I really think so. When I look at the people around here, none of you can convince me that you, except for here, none of you can convince me that you are farmers. You know? Right. So my point is that there should be a nexus between the private sector as in the established companies and the private sector as in the smallholder farmers. Those are the two people that should be talking directly. So if you ask me, with all due respect to the panel, there should be just the two of us here in front of you talking to you. So, as a private company, our business comes from productivity increasing at the farm level. So, if we increase the number of livestock, if we increase the crops that are being produced, then our business also booms. And in the morning, I was listening to people who were talking about making profit as if it's a sin, okay? That private sector is very bad because they are in it for a profit. She's in it for a profit as well, and she's a farmer, and that's the way to go. But I think why we're also interested in this is that agricultural enterprises must make economic and business sense. If they don't, they are not enterprises at all. And this business sense comes from making sure that you reduce your costs, you increase your yields, you stabilize your income because you don't want the income to fluctuate over and over, and then you reduce risk. But climate resistance, which is also like part of agroecology, as my good professor was saying, is now a business issue. It's a real business issue. So droughts, climate shocks, and water scarcity, they affect supply chains, okay? All of a sudden, the companies don't have anything to manufacture because it's not there. But they also affect processors. They affect insurance companies. And so it's something that we need to grow in Zimbabwe, isn't it? The insurance side of things, because they have not really caught up, especially in livestock where we don't have any of those things. I think my last point is scaling up of agroecology, like you were saying, can only be done with viable business models. If the farmer doesn't see value, they are not going to adopt. It doesn't matter where you go to talk to them about it. They are not going to adopt. It has to make business sense. And making business sense that is the job of the private sector. Thank you very much.
Now, you said a few things that would make me respond, but let me start by saying I like you. But we primarily are agricultural research and development scientists, and we open the room and we invite you in, and now you want to chase us out. So that's the part that we will not remember you for. No, but it is true, and I think part of what agroecology is about is broadening the conversation, broadening the number of stakeholders and the people that work with us. And I would really invite you on behalf of my colleagues in Zimbabwe, Martin, and the rest is, let's keep these conversations going, because I think it is through challenging our own paradigms that we make progress. And yeah, you've challenged me in a way that I didn't really enjoy, but that's good. So you spoke about scaling, which brings me to the Reverend Dr. Nathan from Rwanda. Now, this is very interesting, that somebody would come all the way from Rwanda to come and talk to us. So could you share us some of your ideas around agroecology, and specifically with reference to what Prof. Joseph said around scaling? It is something that we need to talk about, we need to get it out there. And so what are the lessons and the evidence and how to scale those? And then the next sort of theme that I would like you to touch on is what do we need to adapt? How do we need to change? Because part of the title of this session is resilience, and one of the cornerstones of resilience is change. If you can't change, you cannot be resilient. So I'd love you to touch on those, and if there's time, I've got another ACE question for you, but let's give you those for the start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can address me as Nathan from Rwanda, and I want to talk about the topic he has asked me to talk about is on scaling and adaptation with reference to what he just said. But I want to begin by saying that Rwanda is a living laboratory for circular food systems in transition. And I will tell you why. When you look at the map, African map, Rwanda is a very tiny country. Rwanda is a very tiny country in terms of size. We have a big population, almost 13 million. And looking at our population and land size, we always say that every hectare of farmland counts to our national food security. That said, with the 12 million and the land size, we realize that still almost 70% of our people are smallholder farmers who depend on these erratic rains. And in that direction, we always find that circular water is very important, and the nutrient recycling is the way to go. If we continue to depend on erratic rains, we cannot cope with the circumstances. Another reason I would say is that other than the circular water and nutrient recycling, on that small piece of land, we still depend on agriculture, almost 35% of our GDP. So, all that said, in 2022, Rwanda, the government of Rwanda launched a national circular action plan and roadmap, and that roadmap is seen as a savior in our context, because we are looking at how can we address the circumstances we have. By the way, we have a country with two names. If you have seen, we say Rwanda, in front we say the land of 1,000 hills. I'm sure many of you have seen that. People who have traveled to Rwanda, our landscape is quite different. I was enjoying the flat land here. But in our place, you will enjoy the meandering roads on the hills. So what we have done and what I would suggest for you to scale up, of course, since morning, we have had a lot of good messages said. And to me, as a circular economist, I would say I was validating many of the messages since morning because I have been promoting circular economy in Rwanda. I'm one of the proponents. Nathan, when they are having meetings of circular economy, I cannot miss. So all that was being said on what to scale up and what to adapt and the enabling requirements, I would say, which I read in the document. Number one, I would say that our national circular action plan and roadmap is something that you may need to look at. So the reasons which are mentioned there, I am sure if you take time to read that document, there is a lot that you will love to scale up from. Of course, just like circular economy concept itself, people are still arguing, is this thing new? Because the traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge someone was mentioning has a lot of circularity. Here in our national circular action plan, we have put things, for instance, that you can scale up on waste to value systems. I'm happy what she was mentioning. Nothing should be waste anymore because anything has value. So in the national action, national circular action plan and roadmap, that is emphasized, and I would say let us continue to scale it up. And number two, the circular agribusiness models. Someone mentioned it in the morning, and she has just said it. This crop livestock integration that speaks a lot in agroeconomy, we are promoting it, and it's another point that we can scale up. And the third point, I would say, in our cities, maybe you have heard about it, they always say Kigali is one of the cleanest cities in Africa, if not the world. Why that? In the cities, we are always looking at how do we turn waste into resource. So there are people now, there are companies who have branded themselves on circularity, and they are helping a lot. So I believe that is another point we can scale up. And maybe in the interest of time, I can talk about areas that require adaptation. Number one, it's not also new because every country has its policies. And when you look at, we all have policies, but where we differ is on enforcement. In Rwanda, we put a lot of energy on policy enforcement. So I think it is something we can look at in the area of adaptation. Another point is on the financing models. Someone made a presentation in the morning when he was talking about blended financing. But how do we do that? It comes again to policy enforcement, but the area of how we incorporate microfinance, how we incorporate cooperatives, how we incorporate individual farmers into the whole group is very important. So I think, though we may not copy and paste, there is a lot we can look at and have something to adapt. Thank you. I see the moderator looking at me. So I am quick to give microphone back, but if you will allow, I still have something I can say. Thank you. I am a pastor, by the way.
Thank you very much, Nathan. We'll remember you for a very long time. I want to encourage all of us, especially tomorrow as we travel. I would love to talk to you more. I would love to talk to you more. Prof, I'd like to talk to you. And I always love talking to you. But part of the essence of these gatherings is strengthening your networks. And I've always wanted to go to Rwanda, so this is my little personal pitch. If you want to invite me there, I'm very happy to go. But I think the kind of stuff that we're talking about here is from your views, especially after tomorrow. It would be really great to talk to especially the Zimbabwean team and the Tanzanian team and the Mozambican team that is involved with the actual work. Because I think through this diversity of cognitive views that we have, it's very important to share this kind of information. So I thank you very much. But Vimba, I want to come back to you. You made your presentation. Thank you very much. It was great. You listened to the panelists. And if you have any comments, I would really, really love to hear your views on what the panelists said. And if you can weave into that, just to help FENAPAN understand what this is all about and give us our views, if you could just weave into that some of the policy elements that you hear. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, the memorable gentleman at the far end. So, yes, it's important to have private sector on the table. It's important to then dress agriculture as a business, but not everyone is in it for a business. And there are those that want to move out of the space of agriculture. And I always feel as if we always frame this transition as one way in, no way out. This is not Hotel California. I think I heard it playing today in the morning. We should create other opportunities, right? So we talk about the youth in the system. What are they doing? They don't want to do agriculture. So the gadgets, they can be advisories. They can be the microfinance agents in a system. That's good. Are we creating these spaces for different people with different roles within the value chain? I go back to private sector. One of the things that we did in agroecology is to also identify value chains of value in the system. And we then partnered with a private sector entity who was supposed to be the off-taker, and everything was supposed to be nice. Then what happened? There was El Nino. The sorghum off-taker could not take anything because nothing could be taken from a farm. You talked about insurance. Great. We went to insurance companies. So guys, come up with a small insurance for our farmers because there are these things that are happening. Or within BIRE, you don't have the critical mass and you're too far. We don't want you. So how do we then bridge those gaps where you are willing, you are there as a farmer wanting assistance, but then the private sector does not want you because you do not fit the profile? So I think in as much as we have the private sector who are willing to engage, but why is it on their terms? And this is when we bring in policy and government, and what was mentioned on policies that should be enforceable. A lot of the policies within many of our countries are suggestions. How do we move past those suggestions to actually actionable, accountable things that at the end of the day can be enforced by enforcers? So one of the things that looking at secular food systems, yes, we need to create a room where we have government, private sector, farmer, stakeholders, but where do we then stop being just passive participants to actual participants?
Thank you, Vimba. I've got no idea where we are with time. We started very late and I was told that I can go until 5:10. That's another 5 minutes from now. So any burning questions? I don't want to stretch this out longer than we need to. My dear friend, you've been asking many, many questions. I'm going to begin to charge you $5 for every question. And then I'm going to be very strict on you. You can ask your question in no longer than 25 seconds.
Finished. Thank you, my memorable colleague. I agree with you many aspects of your presentation, but one I don't. The issue of agriculture not being scientific, because your criticism itself was not scientific. Yeah. You didn't give us data to show us where we failed. But anyway, that's on another day. Madam Farmer, I needed to know what you sell. That's a very short question. And to all the panelists, there are usually two factors that drive agroecology, or the CFS, or even the greater bioeconomy: pull factors and push factors. And I think CFS has displayed perfectly in this project the push factors with the technology, the capital. But the pull factors, I didn't hear much about it because maybe it was not in the scope of the project, but just as a general comment, the issue to do with markets and the issue to do with action to the policy that has been set. One of the action I'm expecting is, for example, when you're holding an agroecology conference, is it possible that all the meals that are consumed in that conference be procured from agroecology compliant farmers? You'll change the ecosystem. Thank you.
Any other very, very burning questions? Okay, just one more, that's the last one. And again, no longer than 25 seconds, I'll time you.
Okay, mine is more of a question, of a comment for Rwanda. Rwanda has performed extremely very well within the continent. So really, I think we need to tap a lot in terms of what they are doing. Because I think almost 6 million smallholder farmers, they do recycle. So we really need to learn from them and see how best we can also upscale within the Southern Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I want to close this fascinating session. Vimbai, thank you. Malisha, Siyabonga Kakulu. Angeline, thank you very much. Nathan, Joseph, appreciate your time. My request is, especially this side, if you could jot down some of your main points of what you made, especially the ones that you would really like us to document. I would really appreciate, just jot it down longhand and pass it on to me in the next day or two. It would help me a lot to reflect on these things. That is also if you want me to remember you. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, panelists, thank you very much. Just help me to just thank them for their contributions. Please just sit down. You want me to talk about tomorrow or somebody else? No, I'm kind of done. I've said thank you to them. I just wanted them not to get up and disturb the... Yeah, so we go outside? Okay, do you want to talk about that quickly?
Yeah. Tabani, so tomorrow we have a full visit, field visit day, where we'll spend almost the whole day. And we have a program here. It will be updated on the website using the same QR code. Where there is the program just down, you'll find the full field day program. But let me just give the mic to Tabani to just talk a bit about what will be happening in terms of logistics.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so tomorrow we will be going to Hauke Irrigation Scheme in Mubi District, leaving this place at 7:30 in the morning. It's about 130 kilometers from here. I have to warn you, half the road is perfect, half is not so perfect. So come prepared for a bumpy ride. And also think in terms of attire, you put something comfortable for the field because there'll be a lot of walking. Yeah, that's it. So the bus will leave from Cresta Hotel at 7:30.
Maybe to just emphasize that by 7:30, if you're not in the car park, then we won't wait for anyone. So you need to be in the car park at least by 7:20. That's our ask. And would want everyone to be there. So please, we've organized goodies for the field. So don't miss out. It will be a very good experience.
Thank you. I've got a request from Nathan, just 30 seconds.
Yeah, just to respond to his question, because the whole of us, the whole team, we have talked under the theme on evidence on resilience, productivity, and decoupling. The question you are asking is on decoupling markets. And the solution is we need to strengthen our MOUs, and also to work with contract farming so that we can enable the farmers on supply assurance and also market assurance. So that one is under the enablers. Thank you.
So I think on the pull factors, I think there's going to be a session on Thursday that will talk about markets as well. The project was also covering issues to do with byproduct value addition and development of small businesses. So I'm sure you'll be able to learn more on Thursday. Thank you.
Great, so that's it for the day. Thank you very much. Oh my word.
So one more ask. We have a QR code for you to scan just to give feedback overall of the day and if there's any improvement that we need to work on for tomorrow. And then there is another one that we had earlier shared for the project, and it will just take you less than a minute or two to fill it in. So it's coming up on the screen. Just before you go, you can just scan it and fill it in. Then that's it for the day. Thank you very much. Oh, we have another one from Jamie.
So the QR code that's about to be shown, can I ask you all to get your mobile phone out and to scan it when the comes up any minute now. And the reason to scan it is because there is a survey being undertaken of all the participants here about what we understand about circular food systems and what we think should be the priorities for the way forward, which will feed into the review being undertaken by the reviewers who will report to the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research. And on that basis, ACR might decide whether or not to do more funding, and they might also decide whether or not this concept is useful. And so please get your phone out when the QR code comes out. I don't know why it's not up, and scan that. It would help if the projector did not have some paper in front of it, for example. It would help if they... Aha, here we go. So this is the one, phone out, scan it, and do the survey. Thank you.
Okay, so for us, joining us online, thank you very much. There won't be a session tomorrow as it is going to be a field day, but you can follow us on the social medias channels for what is happening during that day. We thank you for those who are connecting online after you see the projections. You can also input your views on the CFS project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.